Hello everyone, this is Logan59XP here, and I'm making a rare webcam appearance, which I haven't done since my anniversary stream I did a few months ago. So, why am I back on the webcam? No, this stream is not going to have a webcam in the corner like the retrospective stream. This is just something I'm doing at the very beginning, because this stream marks a very special occasion. Not at all the same occasion that the retrospective stream was, which of course is what I did for my 10-year anniversary here on YouTube. No, this is a different occasion, one that's far less significant, I'll admit, but it is something that I want to put on video, even though it really doesn't matter that much. And then once we're done with that, we're going to go back to the usual, no webcam, at least probably. I don't really want to do the webcam right now. I'm just doing this bit because I want to. So, why am I here on video? Well, of course, today marks the long-awaited release, and I say long-awaited because obviously people have asked for this game for a long time. Not a huge group of people, but a significant group of people. Because Kirby Air Ride is a game that I never played on the GameCube. I should probably make that crystal clear. I grew up on the GameCube with Melee and Double Dash and the Thousand Year Door and Sunshine and so on, but I never had Kirby Air Ride. So therefore, all the nostalgia of playing City Trial, I don't have that. But of course, I've known about City Trial for a long time, partly because Sakurai referenced it back in the day, 11 years ago. Yes, it really is that old. When in the April 2014 Direct, when he revealed Smash Run for the 3DS version, he constantly brought up how much it takes from Air Ride, and from City Trial in particular. So we've always known that he's had a soft spot for the game, as of course a lot of other people do. And there have been people out there that have been hoping that maybe, just maybe, one of these days we'd get a sequel. Of course, it's finally here. The man himself came back to direct his first Kirby game since the original Air Ride 22 years ago. So that's already significant enough. But again, I didn't play the original, so my first time experiencing Kirby Air Ride in any real form was, of course, a week or two ago when the global test demo happened, and we streamed that. And then, of course, a few days ago, it happened again, although I didn't stream that because I thought that would be redundant to have another stream of just doing City Trial for an hour or whatever. So, long story short, Air Ride, or Air Riders, I should say, is a very significant game because it's Sakurai's return to the series he created all those years ago, and a return to a franchise, in particular, Air Ride, one that people want to see come back for a long time. But for me, the significance of this day, and the reason why, again, I'm on camera. By the way, apologies for all the grain. I know that obviously I'm doing a 1080p feed here. This isn't 4K or 1440p, so it's not going to look as nice as it could be, because YouTube will crush the bitrate. But even outside of that, like, there's a lot of grain. You see all the grain behind me? There's a lot of grain. Look, I don't have a fancy lighting setup. Again, I normally don't do webcam stuff. And again, this is only going to be temporary, just for this little bit right here. Even though I know I'm dragging it out, but screw it. I'll explain why we're doing the stream now, by the way. There's a reason why it's taken until now, which is, as of right now, 7:49 p.m. Pacific Standard Time here on the West Coast. Why did I take this long, basically waited all day to stream? I'll explain that story when we get to there. But finally, because I keep putting it off, and this is what I do, I like talk and talk and talk and talk before we get to the part that actually matters. Sorry, but at this point, if you're still watching, you're here for it, so. But anyway, so, that right there, this Amazon package right here is exactly what you think it is. This is Kirby Air Riders. Now, the reason why I have this right here is because, again, the significance of this stream is that this is my first ever Switch 2 physical game. Like a lot of other people, I got Mario Kart through the bundle, so I don't have a physical version of that, even though I absolutely would have paid for a physical version, dumb price tag be darned, if the bundle didn't exist, of course. But it did exist, and I was already spending like $500 at that point, so if I could save $30, and could I live with it? Could I live with it? That was the big question. Could I live without a physical copy of Mario Kart? And the answer was yes. But there's no way in hell I'm about to not have a physical copy of the first Sakurai game on Switch 2, especially when, of course, I have the last game right here, a little game you may have heard of. And of course, I have all the other Smash games physically. Of course, I gotta have this physical. But that wasn't really up for discussion now, was it? But again, this is my first ever physical Switch 2 game, so I figured, you know what? Everyone knows what a Switch 2 physical game looks like at this point. The console's been out for like, what, 4 or 5 months? It's nothing special, but it's special for me because I haven't had one before. So we're going to go ahead and open this up right here, right now, just for the hell of it, and then we'll actually get to the game. So, let's see. So yeah, again, this is just, I got this from Amazon. Again, there's a whole story that I'll get to when we get to it. Alrighty then. There it is. There it is. First ever physical Switch 2 game right there, and I really like the red look. Now, of course, I'm biased because red's my favorite color, so of course I'm going to be all in on having the red theme. I know there is a downside to that because, of course, a lot of Switch games have inner artwork on the inside that you can see. That's not going to be as visible, although the games still have it. But it won't be as visible, of course. But, yeah, so let's go ahead and throw that back over there. Whatever, I'll deal with that later. So, yeah, there we go. Obviously, you can't... Oh, that's interesting. Now, I'm going to go ahead, just for the heck of it. Hold on. Let me go ahead and grab the last game, because there's some very obvious similarities. So, of course, here's the last Sakurai game. Here's the new Sakurai game. Look at the back. Now, obviously, the webcam, all the text is going to be, like, flipped or whatever, so you're not going to be able to read it. But... that looks very familiar, the way they have the characters laid out, right? It's pretty much exactly the same, right? You got the text in the middle here. Obviously, it says everyone is here. Oh, I guess you can read it. Never mind. I thought it would be flipped for some reason. So, obviously, everyone is here. Then you have the characters on the top and bottom. Then you have, the, showing screenshots of other things. You see they have the World of Light mentioned, all new adventure mode. And then here, on Air Riders, you, of course, have the text in the middle. You have the characters on the top and bottom, and then you have the modes down here. It's basically a carbon copy of how Ultimate's back looks, which, I mean, I know I've memed and talked about how much Air Riders just rips off Ultimate's UI, but I didn't expect the back to basically be the same. Not that that's a problem or anything, obviously, I'm just saying. But anyway, enough about that. Let's just go ahead and open this sucker. I probably don't need this, but I open all my games this way. Let's just make sure we don't do it very gently. Okay. I don't think I needed to do that. You can normally pull these off pretty easily, but again, screw it. There we go. Alrighty. Throw that over there. Oh yeah, I need to put a new bag in there. There's nothing in the trash can over here. There's no bag. I'll put that in later, of course. Ooh, this is interesting. So, you know how physical games these days, unless it's like a really special edition or something, have like nothing in it? It's just the box and the game card? Well, wait for it. There's a little something. It's very minor. It's something that 10 years ago no one would have thought of. There's an NSO pamphlet in here. But you know what? That's better than the nothing you normally get. So I'll run with it. It's not even an Air Riders specific little card of anything. It's literally just an NSO thing. But you know what? That's better than we would normally get. Just for the heck of it. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, so it's got, obviously it's just a whole little, here's all the different NSO stuff you can get. Again, really nothing. Obviously, you can't read it because the webcam and again, it's all grainy. Again, my setup is not ideal, and I don't have the greatest webcam anyway. But you get the idea. Ooh, this is interesting. Scan the QR code to learn more and start a 7-day free trial. Well, I guess I have that now. Not that it'll probably ever be used for anything. But, that's kind of neat. Again, if this 10, 15 years ago, this would be a nothing burger. But remember, we live in the current age of physical media kind of being on the vine, so anything is a win. It looks nice. So you can see, GameCube, GBA, you can see Nintendo Music right there. Well, you can't see it again because the resolution and the bitrate and everything. But the point is, you know, little NSO thing. You get the idea. So, and the background's actually pretty basic. It's basically just a bunch of shapes. There's a bunch of like shapes of the different riders. You can see the warp. Well, you can't again. I don't know how you're gonna be able to see it, but you can see the warp star. You can see the glide one. You can see like that one, which is the one that makes you go kind of all flying all over the place. So they have a bunch of little riders. So it's a basic background, but then again, maybe they did that on purpose because again, this is a red case, so you're not gonna be able to see it as easily. But I know that I have seen the inside of the DK one, and the DK one has a proper big artwork thing. Oh, and just for comparison, this is what the inside of the Ultimate one looks like. It's basically like a CSS type thing, and then you got Ready to Fight. And the Steelbook, I have the Steelbook because of course I got the special edition back in the day. This is a copy we got later, by the way. So I got the special edition, like the Steelbook of like the, you know, just the black Steelbook with like the orange logo. I got that with the Pro Controller, that bundle, when it came out. This we got years later because my brother needed a copy of the game. So now I have the Steelbook and the actual proper box. But anyway, again, I'm going on and on here. But yeah, and here it is. Here it is. Look at that. I mean, you can't read it because it's not in focus. But yeah, red cartridge. Red cartridge. Again, this is not new. I'm like 4 or 5 months late to the party, but look, I gotta take what I can get here. So obviously, again, here's Ultimate. Here's Air Riders. Obviously, we got Nintendo Switch. Then we got the Switch 2 and a smaller thing there. Obviously, black, red, whatever. You get the point. So let's go ahead and put this over here. However, I was thinking of saving this for the end, but screw it. We're spending so long on this live action segment before we actually play the game. So remember how I said I was going to do. Remember how I said when Galaxy 2, I said this years ago, right? When I did 3D All-Stars 5 years ago, I said, when Galaxy 2 comes out, we're going to do Galaxy 2. Well, obviously Galaxy 2, along with the new version of Galaxy 1, came out like a month or two ago, right? And I've been meaning to get it. And obviously I said I would get it eventually. It's just, I didn't have the money. But I have the money now. So, there it is. I actually got this a few days ago. Haven't played it yet because my brother's been playing through it because he's been kind of the one that's been like really like, I really want to play this again. I mean, of course I want to play this again too. I haven't played it since like 2017 or whatever. It's been like a really long time since I've played Galaxy 2. But point is, I finally have it, which means yes, we are finally going to stream this game eventually. I'm not exactly sure when I'm going to do it yet. Again, I'm not rushing to do it. I'm probably going to wait until he's fully done with it before I do it, so we're not constantly sharing it back and forth. Yeah, so that's another thing I wanted to go and throw in there. I thought of saving that for the end as a little, like, one last thing or whatever, but screw it. Well, so yeah, I have Galaxy 1 and 2, which means that, yes, I now have not 1, not 2, but 3 physical versions of Galaxy 1. The original Wii version from back in the day, the 3D All-Stars version, and then, of course, the new version, which is 4K and has the new storybook or whatever. But anyway. Okay. Enough with all this. Let's go ahead and switch. That was really sorry about that. Let's go ahead and switch over to the Switch 2. Whatever. Anyways. Alrighty, here we are. So yeah, another reason why I wanted to just go ahead and just get the Galaxy 2 thing out of the way is because obviously if I didn't say it, you would see it on the screen, because of course I put it in to update it earlier and whatever. Okay. And look at that, shiny red card. Of course, the new Switch and Switch 2 update that came out like a few weeks ago added in the little cartridge thing. So you can see all the Switch 1 games. So if a game is digital, it'll have the blue cartridge symbol that's been around for forever. But if it's a physical game, it'll have like the actual like physical icon, you know, with like the stripe and all that stuff, right? Obviously, if it's a Switch 1 game, it'll be a Switch 1 cart. And if it's a Switch 2 cart, you'll have a Switch 2 cart. So that's pretty neat. It's a nice, easy way to distinguish them. Because for the longest time, right, physical games looked like this, and digital games just didn't have the cartridge symbol at all. But then when they did the virtual game card update earlier this year, they changed it so that now all the games have this icon, whether they're physical or digital or not, and that was kind of annoying. Well, now they basically fixed it and made it what honestly it should have been like 8 years ago, where we have a little neat, like, you can see the Switch, like, where it's not just this blue thing, it's like actually a proper like Switch like icon, which is cool. And again, now we got the red icon for the Switch too. Okay. Again, I'm just rambling and rambling and rambling. Let's go ahead and update that sucker, and then we'll finally get into this, and I can explain the entire ordeal I had to kind of sort of go through to get to this point, because there is a reason why we are only now finally streaming this game, and we didn't do it like 5 or 6 or 7 hours ago. But while we're waiting here, thank you, Valentine, for the comments. Obviously, I sent you a message beforehand just to make sure. But, as usual, glad to have you, of course. Hoping you were going to be here. I mean, I figured you were going to be here, of course. But I went ahead and sent the message anyway, just to be sure. But, yeah. Craving carrying the insides. Kind of. I mean, again, I haven't... Maybe Mario Kart World or some of the other games come with that little NSO thing insert, but as far as I can tell, I've seen Mario Kart and I've seen DK. I haven't seen any of the other games, third party, first party, in terms of like what the box and what the insides look like. As far as I know, that's the first party game that has anything in it. And again, it's minor. It's just a little NSO thing, but again, we'll take what we can get at this point. Halo 3 Day 1 launch couldn't compare. I assume you're talking about Ultimate. Yeah, people talk about, like, whenever people talk about, like, how, man, game launches back in the day used to be, like, the biggest thing ever. The one I hear the most is Halo 2 and Halo 3. Those two games are, like, what people consider, like, the peak of, like, gaming, like, midnight launch hype. Like, when everyone was in line, people brought their CRTs to play, like, Halo 1 and Halo 2, you know, and it was this really, really, really big, like, massive media, like, spectacle, or at least it's the way people make it out to be. You know, all the big news channels were covering it. It was like, the biggest thing ever. Like, Halo 2 and 3 launching back then is what GTA 6 launching later this year, assuming it doesn't get delayed again, is going to basically be. You know, whereas now, of course, midnight launches are not really much of a thing anymore unless it's like a really big game, but you know, obviously everyone's just going to like pre-download it, I'm sure. A lot of people are going to get the digital version, but there also probably are going to be a lot of people lining up for GTA 6 because, I mean, it's GTA 6, they got to have the physical, right? I mean, I certainly would. I mean, I'm going to get the physical version, obviously, but, yeah. So, yeah. So, why did the stream take this long to start? Well, one, the biggest reason is Amazon took forever. Amazon around here normally shows up somewhere between 2 and 4 p.m., with, like, 4:30, 4:45 being, like, worst case scenario. You want to know when the game showed up here? 6. Like, right around, like literally, like, right on, like, 6. Like, 6:01, 6:02, like, 5:59, 6. It took, basically, like, it was night. It was night when they finally got here. Now, of course, you know, the daylight savings change happened, you know, not too long ago, so that's part of it. But, like, still, that's why. That's why. I literally was waiting all day for this thing to show up. And you know how Amazon has, like, the feature where you can see the truck and you can see, oh, it's, you know, it's 10 spots away, it's 5 spots away, it's 2 spots away. You know, that just would never show up. That was another thing that was worrying too. The fact that like at 2, 3, 4 p.m. it wouldn't even show me like where the truck was. And that's when I was like, this is gonna be Mario Kart 8 all over again. Where, like, because I'm pretty sure I've told this story before. I'm pretty sure that I've told this story before, but I'll say it again because it's a story I'm always going to remember. The first ever game I pre-ordered was Mario Kart 8. Not Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U in 2014. That was the first ever game I pre-ordered. Pre-ordered it on Amazon. And I remember me and my brother were sitting out in the living room, everything set up, ready to go, waiting. and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And then finally at like 7:30, 8 p.m., finally it showed up. And it was like, oh my God. And that was my first time experience ordering from Amazon. That experience combined with like the second pre-order I did from them, which was Smash 3DS, and them like delaying it by a couple of days, that was the thing that put me off of pre-ordering on Amazon for years. Like so first Mario Kart 8 took the whole day to show up. Then Smash 3DS came out, and I pre-ordered it on Amazon too, figuring, okay, that was probably just a fluke. It'll probably be better this time. Well, for some reason, my order got delayed by a couple of days. And of course, I wasn't having that, so what did I do? We went down to GameStop and bought it. But we also didn't cancel the pre-order we had because, hey, me and my brother could play Smash 3DS together. Now, that didn't end up actually happening because his 3DS got borked not long after, and we never fixed it. But that's that's the reason why I have, to this day, 2 copies of Smash 3DS. Because Amazon screwed up and made me wait like 3 days to get my pre-order. So I had to go down to GameStop to actually get it on day one. And then after that whole debacle, I was like, I'm done. We're not doing Amazon pre-orders anymore. We're just going to go to GameStop for my pre-order. So everything after that point, Splatoon 1, Smash Wii U, the Switch. Well, I didn't get the Switch day one. I've told that story before, the whole GameStop thing where I had to call, and I've told the whole Switch 1 story before. But, Mario Odyssey, Splatoon 2, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. All those games I got day one pre-ordered through GameStop. And that went all fine. And then Smash Ultimate I was gonna do through GameStop, but I really, really, really wanted the bundle with the Pro Controller and the Steelbook, and Amazon was the only one that had it by the time I was able to pre-order. So I just said screw it. And for what it's worth, it didn't take all day to show up. I want to say it showed up again. I don't remember. Obviously, this was like 6-7 years ago. Yes, it's been that long. I believe it showed up somewhere around like 3-4 p.m. is when Ultimate showed up. I don't know. And ever since then, I've basically just done Amazon because the GameStop I used to go to closed, unfortunately. That's the main reason I don't go to GameStop anymore, is because the one I went to isn't there anymore. And ever since then, I've done basically whatever feels the most convenient or whatever is available. So like, for example, 3D All Stars I did through Target. I don't remember why. I just knew I did it through Target. I did Splatoon 3, Persona 5 Royal, Persona 5 Strikers, and maybe like 1 or 2 other games. I did those ones through Amazon. But the Switch 2, of course, I did through Walmart, and I've told that story before. The whole story of me and the pre-orders and the floodgates opening and everything. But just as a recap, for those of you who don't remember, Walmart, this is not why I went to Walmart. I went through Walmart because they were the only one that let me actually buy it when all the chaos was going down. But they had this thing where it was like, we'll ship by 9 a.m. And I was like, yeah, sure. And then it showed up at 6. I didn't wake up at 6. I woke up at like 8. But like I woke up and it said that, it was delivered at like 6:25 a.m. And of course they added the free Coke and Pringles and all that stuff. But anyway. So, again, I know we're going here. We should be playing the game, but I want to get this whole spiel out of the way before we start. So the main reason the stream has taken so long is just Amazon took all day. But wait, there's more. It's not done yet, because on top of taking until 6 p.m., which I think is the longest they have taken to deliver a game to me on day one since that Mario Kart 8 debacle 11 years ago. I could be wrong. There might be another one in there that took that long, but I think that's the longest it's taken Amazon since then. I think. But on top of taking all day to show up, they screwed up the packaging, and for the first time I think ever, me and my neighbor, we got our packages swapped. I got their package, they got my package. So I had to go over to their house and swap the packages. They left it on the front porch. They like told my mom because they like, texted her, hey, we got Logan's, package. You have our package. So that's another thing to add. Great job, Amazon. On top of taking all day, you screwed up our packages. Obviously, it's not. I know Amazon has kind of a reputation or whatever when it comes to their workers or whatever and how they treat them or whatever. So I'm not saying it's like all the workers' fault or anything. They're just doing their job, obviously. But still, it's still annoying. But that. Oh, and since it took forever to show up, by that point, I was like, well, I may as well make dinner and take out the trash and take a shower and do basically everything I need to do before I can just sit down uninterrupted. And now, we're finally at 8:11 p.m. at the time of me talking, we can finally start. Okay, so now that we've gotten that entire rant out of the way, let's finally start this sucker. Oh, man. Oh, my God. I have not seen the opening video yet, by the way, so we'll let this play. Plus, I really like the theme song. Alrighty then, so that was that. Okay. So they included the reveal trailer, the bit from the end of the reveal trailer. They put that in the opening. That's kind of cool. I didn't think they would do that. So alrighty then. So here's the title screen. It's very Sakurai. It's very much like Ultimates and Wii U's and Brawl's title screen. It's basically the same, kind of style, except it's white background, black text. It's very, very minimal. Version 1.1.1 is apparently the current version. And there's the Smash style little thing. It's all there. Alrighty then. Here's the new main menu. That looks really cool. I'm very glad that they did a new main menu. Obviously, all the other menus are very much Ultimate, but I like that he did a new menu. It's got this cool like tabletop appearance with like this little figure of Kirby. It's really nice. Alrighty then. So, now here comes a question that I myself was not really sure what the answer was before I started this. What are we gonna do first? There's a part of me that wants to do more City Trial, but the thing is, we already have played City Trial a couple of times. And I don't think the City Trial that's in the final game is going to be that different from the one that's in the demo. So we're not going to do that one immediately. We're going to do City Trial. Oh, but believe you me, we're going to do more City Trial. But we're not going to do that first, because that's like the only thing we've played so far. Because the version of like the regular races that's in the demo is really restricted. Only 3 maps, you couldn't change the rules. Apparently you can increase the CPU difficulty in the demo. I didn't know that. I couldn't figure out how. Apparently you can. I saw that apparently online you could. I just didn't know how to. But anyway. Have you seen the vehicles people have made yet? I saw a thumbnail in my feed today that's like one of the warp stars, but it's like Kawasaki's face and it's like a bikini. That's all I've really seen. Was just that thumbnail. That's all I've seen. I haven't seen anything else, basically. But I'm sure people are going to town making all kinds of stuff. And of course, this game does have, you know, a Smash, like, you know, like how you can download, you know, your Mii fighters and smash them. This game has the same thing, I'm pretty sure, right? Like it has like that like shop where you can like sell and buy other people's vehicles. So we'll probably look at that just to see what that's about. But let's go ahead and all right, so here's my license. You got a license for that, mate? You got my license. Yeah. All the different guidelines. Don't put anything inappropriate or whatever. It's gonna probably what that's gonna be. We'll go ahead and we'll just make that I don't know. I'll just do the default one, I guess. So obviously, I don't have a lot of names right now. If you've ever played Splatoon 3, they have something very similar where they have like these like tags you can unlock. We'll change that to Kirby since I'm probably gonna play as Kirby for at least a little bit. I don't know. We'll go with first gen Kirby. I don't know. Just to make it not the literal default. We got a red one. We can put Kirby on it. Obviously, there's obviously a ton of customizability you're gonna be able to do with this. Like, yeah, there's all these different like little things you can do. All these little, like, you know, special effects and stuff. Glitter, hollow. Ooh, look at that. I'm just gonna put on red for now because, again, I'm biased. Don't have any frames. We don't really have any stickers. All we have is like just these standard icons right now. So we'll probably just leave that basically be for now. If there was a red Kirby option, I'd probably do that, but there is no red Kirby. So we'll just leave it like that. Oh, I just noticed my global win power, and I'm in, like, the red tier, or whatever, for the online ranking thing. It's kind of funny how that lines up. Okay, so yeah, machine market, that's where, obviously, we're gonna see all that stuff. We'll look at that later. I want to look at all the settings, though, first, just for the heck of it. Ooh, this is kind of neat. Look at this. Communication environment strong. Upload over 5 megabits. It says kilobits, but that's 5 megabits. Communication speed, there's no millisecond rating yet, probably because we haven't done anything online yet. That's really cool. That needs to be in Smash 6. That needs to be in Smash 6. That's a very nice feature to have. Online etiquette. Again, this is probably just going to be like, yeah. All the obligatory disclaimers. Yeah. We get the idea. We're not going to read all that. What? Oh, yes, of course I want to receive news. Yeah, global one power, class display, customizations on and off. Okay, but yeah, that's cool. They have like that little communication thing. That's pretty neat. Padlock, spectate, local play. Of course, friends. One of my friends is going to be getting this game, but it's not going to be for a little bit. It won't be too long. He said he's going to have it by Christmas. So that'll be nice, because I definitely want someone to play with. Everyone to the stadium. Kirby Air Riders launch celebration event number 1. Okay, so you know how Ultimate had all of those like little events that would happen every once in a while? Well, basically, this is just that. This is like the same thing, where they have like little online events where, like, you know, you probably have certain characters or whatever. I mean, this specific one doesn't look like it has any of that, but, like, you know, it's the same type of deal as what was in Ultimate. The version 1.1 and 1.1.1 updates are now out. 1.1 added online play and made balance adjustments. 1.1.1 implemented communication stability fixes for online. Okay. Garage, Gummies, Mile Shop, music player. Let's look at this really quickly. Obviously, we don't have all the songs unlocked, but I just want to see what they have by default. Do we have... So yeah, there's Skya. That's like the instrumental of the main theme, basically. The menu theme, How to Play. What's How to Play? Is How to Play the one from the original game? I think that's the one from the original game. Again, I didn't play the original game, but I've heard the soundtrack. Let's get that back. So yeah, none of the Smash tracks are unlocked by default. We're gonna have to unlock those. That's not really surprising. Of course, you got to unlock all like the Smash tracks, all the Smash remixes. I don't know how many of them are in the game, by the way. I have not been spoiled on anything that's like hidden that we don't know about already, however much that may or may not be. Anyway, oops, whoops. Okay, so let's go back. Well, that's kind of neat. So, look, it's plugged into, like, USB-C. Or whatever. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's look at my music real quick. Ah, yeah, that's my music, all right. You know it. It's my music. It's exactly as it's been since Brawl. It's not any different. It even has the different settings that they added in Ultimate with, like, standard and, like, whatever. It's all there. By default, now I assume that... Now, this is just for City Trial. My music thing is specifically for City Trial. So right now, Skya is set the highest and everything else is kind of set all the way down here. I'm just going to make it so that it just plays the regular one for now. And then once we unlock the old City Trial music, which is definitely in this game, there's no way it's not, then we're going to add that as well. So we can have both the new and the old City Trial thing going at the same time. But I'm just going to turn that all the way up. And yeah, everything else turned down. Again, this is only for City Trial is what that affects. It doesn't affect any of the other ones, at least right now. Maybe it does later. Alrighty then. Movies. Now, of course, I assume this is just going to be like the opening, basically, is all it's going to be unlocked right now. Oh, they include the reveal trailer. That's cool. That's neat. I like that they include that. There's the opening, then there's some how to play stuff. Just out of curiosity, is the teaser any different, or is it literally exactly the same? Like, is there any modification whatsoever? I love this trailer. I know I've said it before. I love how this trailer starts. It is, like, again, this could have so easily been Smash 6, man. The first, like, 30 seconds, this could easily have been Smash 6. It so easily could have been... the setup is just there for it. But I just love how it looks. I love the Smash, like, the Smash CGI rendering. It was so nice to get this trailer after, like, 4 years of not having any, like, Sakurai trailers. Yeah, up until that moment, it could have been Smash. It really could have been. And a shooting star in the sky, higher than. They don't include the release date. They don't include the 2025 at the end. I mean, that's not a big deal. But what I want to know is, were they going to keep the Sakurai drop? Because that was like the best, well, not the best part, but that's like one of the big parts of the trailer is the boom, Sakurai's making this. I was hoping that that would stay in. I mean, there's no way they couldn't keep that in. It's like too integral to the trailer to like remove it basically. But I wanted to make sure that stayed in. But alrighty then. So obviously there are cutscenes in the story mode. Those will obviously be added whenever that obviously you unlock them. Game log. This is, I'm sure, going to be, you know, the same type of deal. Yeah, all the same stats you're used to. Again, I know it's been said a million times, but basically, if it's in Smash, it's in this game. Pretty much. When it comes to a lot of these like fundamental like options and settings. You know, so obviously there's nothing yet for any of that. Milestones obviously is carried over. We just have the one right now. Extras, checklist. This, of course, is, again, something that was in the original. This originated in the original Air Ride, of course. But, of course, this was eventually added to, you know, Brawl and Smash 4 and Ultimate. So, of course, we're very familiar with it. Of course, as Sakurai already told us, there's nothing important behind the online banner, which is good, because that means that 20 years from now, when the online dies, you're not screwed if you didn't unlock everything. He did the same thing with Ultimate, making sure that nothing important is locked behind the online. So here's a bunch of stuff. So here's okay, this is kind of interesting. You can see what basically you don't have, sorta. So this is all the stuff that you can unlock, apparently. So obviously there are skins, because also, by the way, you unlock the skins in this game. This isn't like with Smash, where the skins are just there by default. You unlock the skins. So there's like skins to unlock, there's carts to unlock. These are stages, like I think these are all the stages from the original game. We have, of course, a bunch of music tracks. We have, there's apparently a video is one of the unlocks. I assume that's probably like the finale video or something, I don't know. A bunch of other things in here that I'm not really sure what that is. Various accessories and stuff for your carts, I'm sure. I'm not sure what these M things are. But I don't know. But the main thing I want to unlock is I want to get all the skins and all of the retro, what basically are this game's equivalent of retro stages. AKA all the stages from the last game. Those are the main two things I want to get. Yeah. And yeah, so I guess that's kind of like the main gist. Oh yeah, I guess we can look at the controller settings real quick. So hold on. I just noticed something. Look at that. GameCube controller. I mean, I know that was already confirmed, but it's still neat to see it represented there. I'm just playing with the Joy-Cons right now. I don't really feel like using anything else right now. So we're just going to leave all these settings alone. But there is an option to race around this test level. Or is it? Yeah, so look at this. You can race around the test map. It's actually pretty neat that you can race around, like, the dev map with, like, the checkerboard floor and everything. So that's kind of cool. I actually did not know that. I mean, of course, Smash has a thing where you can, like, play on, like, a white background or whatever. But still. Display. HUD, brightness, text size. Oh, yeah, this is something that I actually kind of forgot. If you're doing two-player split screen, you can actually pick which way you want it to work, which is actually pretty neat. I'm gonna just leave it horizontal for now. Yeah, color filters, you know, for obviously if you got, if you got that going on, you got that there. HUD. So, can I turn up the FOV and not have that thing that's on the screen that we had last time? I'm sure you can. Again, I'm not going to change any of this right now, but obviously there's a bunch of settings. Yeah, FOV. Oh, well, yeah, look at that. See? So you can turn it up. So that's what the default is. And that's what the maximum is. So it's not too different, but it is technically higher. I'm going to leave it at I'm going to leave everything at default for now. And again, there's a bunch of other settings. Speed effects, you can change that. Again, I'm just going to leave all that alone. Brightness, we're going to leave alone, of course. Except, wait, this is separate? Oh, so wait, is this the one from, wait, isn't this like the same thing, just on like a different screen? I guess it's like another section for it, maybe? Sound. Oh, right, the different...
Se acabó. Se acabó. Arriba. Finish. 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 Arriba. Se acabó. Se acabó. Fertig. Terminé. Yes. Finish.
So this one right here. That is Kirby's... That's Kirby's voice actress. I'm gonna leave it on English for now. I'm probably gonna change it to that later on, and then you can do the same thing for the narrator in the story mode as well, I guess. So again, we're gonna leave all that alone for now, but you can of course pick all those options. And I'm guessing this is just this is this setting again. Okay, I think we've basically looked at all the options at least for now. Delete data. This is gonna have the thing, where it's gonna be like, are you sure? This happens in Smash, right? Where it's like, ring, are you sure? It even has the little caution thing and everything. That has definitely not changed. Name. Is this just gonna be... Okay. Like Smash, you can have a name and have controls assigned to it and all that stuff. I guess we'll just use the name I use in Smash. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna really do anything other than that. But, I'll just leave it alone. But yeah, I did not know, that was in the game. I don't know if that's in the original Air Ride. It might not be, I don't know. Because that feature got introduced in Melee. It wasn't in 64. That got added to Melee. But I believe the ability to have your controls mapped to it didn't get added to until like Brawl or Smash 4. But anyway, so yeah, I think we've basically... Oh, actually, hold on. There's one question I have. I've been wanting to know. So, I have a Kirby amiibo from 2014, from when Smash Wii U came out all the way in 2014. I still have my Kirby amiibo from all the way back then. Does it work? I see no reason why it shouldn't, but let's see if it actually works or not. Okay. Wait, okay. That's not really what I was expecting. Okay, so you don't get the figure player. You don't get the figure player with the Smash Kirby amiibo. Just for the heck of it, let's scan all of our amiibo so we can get, like, whatever we can get out of it. Assuming that they work. Maybe they work, maybe they don't. Do link. Okay. Now, these aren't anything in particular. I think this is just unlocking random decals. This isn't, like, any, like, amiibo... Okay, that Kirby one was obviously specific. That render of Kirby on the license, that was obviously, like, if you have this amiibo. But, like, all these other amiibos are not Kirby amiibos, so they're just going to be, like, generic unlocks, probably. License sticker. License card sticker, okay. Got a mushroom. Okay. So yeah, all the other ones just kind of give you some random, like, sticker or something. Okay, so there we go. We've done all of them. But if you have a Kirby-specific one, even if it's not one of the new ones, that's really expensive, you get, like, something specific. So I'm guessing if you have any of the other Kirby amiibos, like if you have the DDD amiibo or the Meta Knight amiibo, like the old ones, you'll get, like, that license. You'll get, like, the render on the license or whatever. Or maybe that just happened to be a random unlock. But I'm guessing that was a specific, like, thing for the, because I have the amiibo. For that one, all the other ones are just random, you know, hey, this is just a generic amiibo thing. We'll give you some random sticker. Although it did give us some gold, or whatever it's called in this game, the M points. My machine. We're not going to mess with this, of course, right now. So we only have four vehicles right now. And one of those vehicles is only playable in, like, the training mode, basically, for City Trial, where it's just you. Alrighty then, so... I think we've basically looked at all the menus at this point. We've looked at just about every menu, at least before we actually get to the game itself. Okay, so here's, like, the shop where you can, yeah, you can buy the carts and buy, you know, again, like it is in, you know, Smash 4 and in Ultimate, you know, you got all your coins, you can buy all the stuff, whatever. You can buy all your different things that, of course, we'll get around to getting at some point. There's probably some more that are hidden underneath as well. Here's some of the license plate options that are in here, at least by default. So yeah, this is the one I just got. I'll probably put that one on, actually, because that one's from the amiibo. We'll probably set that one for now. Sounds. Okay, so... Oh, wait, so is this going to be, like, all the ones that are at least, like, ones you can buy? So... Okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah, City Trial. This is the original City Trial music. And of course, that's in the game. I figured. Bunch of other ones as well. Okay, so none of the Smash ones are in here. So those ones are probably behind the checklist. We have to do the checklist to get the Smash ones, as well as a bunch of the other ones, I'm sure. But those are the ones that are at least in the store. Okay, at least right now. I'm sure that more of them will show up later, but we'll see. Anyway, enough with the preamble. We've been talking for, like, how long has the stream been going? 53 minutes, and we still haven't done even one match yet. What are you gonna do? Let's go ahead and start off with Air Ride. Just regular Air Ride. Since, again, we've played plenty of City Trial at this point, we can put that off for a little bit. Got a little tutorial thing. I'll let that play. I'm gonna move my amiibos back. Ignore the sound of amiibos falling off my shelf. How will I know when Kirby Air Riders came out? I'll let this play. May as well. I just realized I didn't change my license. We could do that later. Once we unlock some more things, maybe. Okay, that's the little tutorial thing. Yeah, time trials, basically, of course. Free run. Oh, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you talked about that. Obviously, online. We're just gonna do offline for now. So yeah, here's here's the SSS, I suppose. Obviously, we don't have. I believe there are. Think there's like one new track that's not in here, and of course we don't have any of the retro tracks. So I mean, I know we played these three already, but let's go ahead and just start off with the first one. Oh, wow. So by default, you just have these four. Really? It's not Bandana D. I'm surprised it's not, Bandana D. It's Bandana D, right? Yeah, Bandana D. I'm surprised he's not, like, the other one. It's just the regular Waddle Dee. Because Bandana D has kind of become, like, the fourth main character of the series, so I'm a little surprised at that, but... Yeah, so, okay, we do have a bunch of Kirby colors, though. We don't have all of them, though. I know there's a couple we don't have. So we unlocked this green one when we scanned the amiibo. No, it's not behind the amiibo. That was just a random unlock. Then we don't have anything for anyone else, except for, I guess, this one hat. I'm not going to do that right now. Alrighty then. Finally, let's actually play this thing. Oh yeah, let's make it so the CPUs are actually a higher level. There we go. Riders, random, machines, random, handicap, number... Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, let's just leave it like that. Oh yeah, you can go to like the checklist and you can look at the miles shop like at any time, basically. That's kind of neat. Alrighty. That was a lot of preamble to finally actually get to a match. But to be fair, we've already played the game before, so it's not like this is brand new. Now, I was not very good last time I tried the regular races. Well, I have to remember, you have to inhale things, right? This is Kirby, right? You gotta suck up things. It's not just Mario Kart. It also doesn't feel like Mario Kart. I'm gonna be dead last, aren't I? Because I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm all the way back here. Come on, let me at least get... Oh, wait, I lost my... Oh, I didn't use it fast enough. I didn't use my special. Okay, well, can I at least... Yeah, hit people with the blade? Make up some lost ground here? Last place, of course. And we got a gummy. We got a gummy. Yeah, replays. We all know how replays work. Alrighty. So we got Susie. So that's our first character unlock. Alrighty, again, we've already done the waterfall one once before, but, still. Oh, yeah, so the laps. Yeah, no, give me, like, okay, how many laps? Whoa! You can do 99 laps! On one track. You could like play the track for like an hour. It's like this must be like the people that like really like Baby Park. Like this is like the wet dream of Baby Park players. Is like you could play on the track forever. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. Who's the target audience? Yeah, exactly. Who wants to play a track for 99? At least that's what I assume that means, right? That's not 99 laps of like 3 tracks combined or something. No, that's like 99 laps for one track. And you just play it for like an hour straight. There's also a time option as well. Retirement. Taking damage will slow you down but not end the match. Anti-reverse. Turn around automatically if you go the wrong way. Course selection, random, last place. Assistant enemies. You can turn enemies off if you don't want, if you just want like a clean race, basically. You can do that. And then, yeah, you have the 6 riders. Oh, yeah, swap. I think I remember him talking about this. We're gonna have to... Is this like the kind of equivalent of like... This might be like sorta, kinda, not really, but like the closest equivalent I could think of is like, oh my god, what's it called? What's it called in Ultimate? The one where you can like play like 3 characters and every stock is the character. What's that called? Smashdown is the name of the other mode. What's the name of the Squad Strike. That's not what this is, I think. Well, actually, no, this is Squad Strike, except instead of switching characters, you're switching vehicles, basically. Is what I think Swap Relay is, essentially. Again, we're not going to do that right now, though. 99 laps. We'll put it on 3. We'll just do 3. Because by default, it was 2 for that track. We'll just do the standard Mario Kart 3 for now. Just making sure all that's still the same. Okay. Yeah, 99 laps. Oh, they have like a little recommendation of like, hey, here's like one of the unlocks. Finish without missing any perfect landings. They have like that in the corner. Yeah, drifting in this game is not the same as drifting in Mario Kart. You don't do it the same way. Where you're like drifting every 2 seconds. It's not really how that works. Because it will slow you down significantly. You have to use it at like the right time. Yeah, and whenever you hit someone, you get a speed boost, so you definitely want to get them. Alrighty. Oh, oh. Oh, dang, I missed. I was trying to get that guy. And now I'm in 5th. Oh god, I'm like really far behind now. I was doing actually pretty good earlier, then now I'm like way back here. Oh, I didn't know that was there before. Oh, yes. Give me that. Yes, give me that. I need to catch up. Is this basically this game's version of the bullet bill? Yeah, look at that. First. Come on. Yeah! Carried by what's basically this game's version of the bullet bill, but I'll take it. Okay, so now we get to play on a track we haven't played before. Those first 2 were in the demo. Now we get to play on a new one. Airtopia Ruins. Unlocked item, finish 99 laps. That'd be kind of funny. It'd be okay. So you know how back in the day, if you wanted to unlock Mewtwo, you basically just left the game running all night. Because like I think to unlock Mewtwo, it's like play the game for 24 hours or something. So basically you would just leave the game on like all night if you were doing like a new memory card or whatever, and like that's how you would not have to wait like forever to unlock Mewtwo. Okay, yeah, you definitely want it. Come on. I know I said this in the demo, but man, this game, it is so much more chaotic feeling. Like, I know when like this game was first announced, there were people that were like, how are you gonna put out this and Mario Kart in the same year? But like, the games really are not alike at all. I mean, they're both racing games, but they feel completely different. And they play totally differently. Like obviously there's City Trial, which is not like Mario Kart at all. Well, actually no, City Trial is kind of like the battle mode of Air Ride. In a sense, it's kind of like the battle mode equivalent. Except it's more of like a main feature as opposed to like something on the side. Oh. We're doing good so far. Oh, give me a chili. Now we're basically ice climbers. We're solidly ahead right now. Yeah, I'm liking this track. This track is pretty neat. Definitely more complex than the last two tracks. You want to do that little twirl to make sure you get people right next to you. Come on. Come on. I think I got third on that one. But I'll take it. I'll take it. I did pretty well on that one, I think, compared to like the last few tracks. Obviously, I'm getting the hang of the controls more. Alrighty, we got one of the retro tracks. And they're all down here, of course. Alrighty, Crystalline Fissure. I played Melee on the GameCube around 7 years ago, and I thought I was stupid when I discovered that. Yeah, that's something I've known for a long, long time, going all the way back. That's definitely like what you do. Like anytime you like do a new Melee save and it's like on an actual GameCube or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, just run the game overnight or whatever, and then you get the hours racked up, and you'll basically be good. Yeah, I'm gonna stay. Oh wait, hold on. We got this one. This one's not in Smash, right? All these other ones are in Smash. But this one's not in Smash. That's actually a unique one, at least. I know it's not from this game. Like I know it's like a reference to like another Kirby game or whatever, but like this is not in Smash. Is my point. We're gonna stick with good old pink for right now. Yeah, still only the 3 racers. I want to do like one run through of all the tracks with like just regular Kirby in like the Warp Star first before we change things up. Oh, got hit by the mic. I'm not really sure what the sleep one does, but it does tell you to, like, mess around with the stick when you do it. So, I feel like there's something I'm supposed to be talking about. I mean, not that, like, a ton has happened since the last stream, obviously. It wasn't that long ago, but I feel like there was something notable that happened, like, in the last week or so that I should be bringing up, and I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh wait, it's the Valve stuff, right? We haven't talked about that, right? That happened after the last stream, I think. Was it after the last stream? I don't know. Either way, I don't think we've talked about it. I could be wrong though. Have we talked about it? I don't know. I feel like I haven't, but maybe I have. All of, you know, the new Steam machine and all that stuff. I don't know if we talked about that or not yet. I forget when exactly that was announced. I want to say it was after the last stream, but I could be wrong. Not that I have a ton to say about it, but I don't know. Whether I've talked about it or not, we'll talk about it, because obviously that's been like one of the big things, obviously, over the last week has been, you know, the whole new Valve lineup, right? We have, of course, there's not a new Steam Deck yet. The current Steam Deck and Steam Deck OLED are still sticking around for at least a little while longer. But we have a new VR headset, a successor to the Index, although it's not quite a successor to the Index, but that's basically what it is. So that's neat for all the, you know, 5 people out there that have VR headsets. I mean, VR is neat and all, but I've never really tried it myself, even though obviously it's something that would be nice to try at some point, but I don't know, not really my thing for now. But, you know, it's neat that we're getting another one, because I believe the Valve Index came out in like 2019, so it's been a long time since there's been a new one, so a new VR headset from them, so, you know, that's cool. And we have a new Steam controller. We have the new Steam controller. And then, of course, the main one everyone's talking about, the big one, of course, is the new Steam machine, or as everyone has unanimously agreed to call it because it's too good of a name, the Gabe Cube. That name is too perfect. I can't, like, not call it that. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about it. I haven't looked into, like, performance all that much or anything, or what we know of the performance too much. Again, I think I've mentioned this on a previous stream. I'm kind of, like, out of it right now when it comes to, like, the PC hardware stuff, so I haven't, like, really looked into it. Obviously, I looked over, like, the spec sheet. Like, I glanced over the spec sheet when it first was announced, just to be like, okay, so it's got this, 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 and this, okay, neat. And in my mind, I'm like, oh, so it's probably going to be, like, you know, around, like, the PS5 or Series X, I'd imagine. Something around around those lines. You know, probably similar-ish price tag. We'll get to the price tag in a second. Although I do have one main criticism of the Steam machine. It's Zen 4, and of course the current PS5 and Series X and Series S are Zen 2, but those consoles are 8-core 16-thread, whereas the Steam machine is going to be Zen 4, but 6-core 12-thread. So it's going to be a Ryzen 5, basically. A Ryzen 5, like, what would that be? A Ryzen 5 9600 equivalent? I mean, it's not literally that. It's a custom chip, but, like, you get the idea. It's Zen 4, 6-core 12-thread. You know, I think they should do 8. I know it's Zen 4, I know it's a better architecture and all, but I feel like they should have gone for, like, 8-core, because that's what the consoles have. The consoles have 8 cores. But I know it's not literally a console, but I'm just saying. That's the number one thing, just going over the spec sheet, not looking into any videos or anything like that. I haven't looked at Digital Foundry, I haven't looked at Gamers Nexus or Hardware Unboxed or literally any video whatsoever from anyone. I haven't looked at any of that. I just looked at the spec sheet, and I know what, like, the very vague opinion is of what people's feelings on it are right now. And the only thing I can say going off the spec sheet is I wish it was 8-core. It would also be nice if it was Zen 5 instead of Zen 4, but to be fair, you know, the PS5 and Series X, Zen 2 was basically flagship when it was in development. I mean, obviously Zen 3 came out, like, right around the same time as the PS5 and Series X, but Zen 2 was basically the flagship, so they probably had, because obviously this device has been in development for years, so I'm sure when they settled on the specs in, like, 2022, 2023, Zen 4 was the latest and greatest. So I get it. It's not a big, like, my main complaint is not that it's Zen 4. My main complaint is that it's only 6 cores in 2026, because this is coming out next year. In 2026, it's going to be a 6-core machine. And I am personally in the camp that like, the minimum now is 8. I'm very much in, like, the 6 core. 6 cores to me is kind of what 8 gigs of RAM is to everyone else. You know, everyone is like, 8 gigs of VRAM is dead in the water, it's dead. I mean, it should have died years ago. That's kind of me with 6 cores. Now, obviously, it's not the same thing. 6 cores are not nearly as big of a problem as 8 gigs of VRAM. But again, the consoles are 8 cores, so I feel like the minimum on PC should also be 8 cores. Like, I think that AMD needs to up the core count by, like, 2 for all their things. So, like, Ryzen 5 should be 8 core, Ryzen 7 should be 10 or 12 core, and then Ryzen 9 can be 16 and 24 core. They need to up all the core counts. Especially because Intel, say what you will about Intel right now, but they have the E-cores. AMD doesn't have them. Now, whether that's a pro or a con is obviously up to personal opinion. There are people out there that absolutely will not do E-cores ever for one reason or another, and that's fine. But I'm just saying, you know, I feel like they need. I think they need to kill off the 6-core. Like, Zen 6 should be like Ryzen 5 should be 8-core. Is my personal opinion on that, but anyway, that's besides the point. It's besides the point. That's besides the point, though. But getting back to the Steam machine. So aside from, you know, it only being 6 cores, I thought the specs were mostly fine. You know, 16 gigs of RAM. 24 would have been a little nice. Maybe even 32. They weren't going to do 32, but maybe like 24 maybe would have been nice. But that's okay because the PS5 and Series X are 16 gigs. So that's not a huge deal. 16. Obviously, again, it's a little different on, like, what's basically a computer, but As, you know, especially if you ran like Windows on it, because obviously you can put Windows or other Linux distros on it. Obviously, it's going to come preloaded with SteamOS and KDE Plasma. But of course, you can put whatever you want on it. They even marketed on the website that, hey, you can. It's not, you know, it's your computer. You can do whatever you want with it. But yeah, so 16 gigs of RAM. It does have 8 gigs of VRAM. And I know I literally just talked about the whole 8 gigs of VRAM thing. Yeah, that's not great, but I believe it works differently on like an APU than it would on like a dedicated graphics card. So that might not be the biggest deal in the world, but obviously it should be 12 gigs of VRAM. It should be at least 12, but whatever. 512 gig, I believe, is the minimum storage, but then they're gonna have a 2 terabyte option. And I think that's all of, like, the really important specs I can think of. I know there's also been talk of, like, oh, like, there's only one USB-C port on the back and stuff like that. I know some people have talked about that and whatnot. I like the form factor. You know, I know, again, that people are calling it the Gabe Cube for a very good reason. It's because it looks like, okay, remember in 2020, before the Series S was revealed, we had, like, those renders of what was basically the Series X if you cut it in half and it was white? That's basically what the Steam Machine is. It's basically that, like, 5-year-old, like, what the Series S could have been, but, like, it actually exists. And it has that little strip on the bottom, but, like, it's basically a Series X if you cut in half. At least, that's what it looks like on the website. But yeah, so, again, I haven't really looked into performance. Like, I don't know how much we know about performance yet, really. I know, like, I believe it said it had about, like, 26, like, CU cores or whatever. I forget what it was, though. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into that again. But I know there has been some controversy when it comes to the specs. You know, is the specs good enough? You know, like, I don't know what the actual equivalent is. Like, I don't know if it's actually within the PS5 territory or if it's lower than PS5. I mean, obviously, if it's noticeably lower than the PS5, I do think that's a bit of a problem because the PS5 is 5 years old, you know? And it's going to be replaced probably sometime in the next 2 years or so. So, you know, it may not feel like it, but the PS6 is not as far away as you probably would like it to be. So, you know, and I'm sure they're not going to update the Steam Machine for like a few years. So, you know. But again, I'd have to like really look into it. Look into the specs again, but I mean, I don't know. Again, my main complaint just looking at the listing was just, I wish it was 8 cores and I wish it had like 12 gigs of VRAM. Other than that, it's fine. I like the way it looks. I like the form factor. I like, again, the nickname. Again, the Gabe Cube is like perfect. They may as well have just called it that. Because that's what everyone's going to call it. Everyone's just going to call it that. But it is cool that the Steam Machine, regardless of how you feel about it spec-wise or whatever the price may end up being, I do think that it's cool that it exists, because I do remember the original Steam machines from, like, 2014, 2015 that had, like, i3s and stuff. I remember those. Now, of course, no one bought them. It was a complete failure, and they abandoned it not long after they started it. But I do remember when they put out those in, like, 2014, 2015. I remember, like, Review Tech USA back in the day, like, made videos on them, and they were kind of talked about in, like, kind of like a, hey, you know, the Steam Machine exists, but no one really bought one, but no one really bought any, you know, so it's like, yeah. But they're back, obviously, with the kind of influx they had from the success of the Steam Deck. And I don't know, we'll just have to see how it goes. But, of course, the #1 thing that people are concerned about above all else is the price tag, because, of course, Valve did not tell us what the price tag would be. Now, my guess would have been, again, 500, 600, maybe 700. You know, PS4 Pro pricing would be like the absolute max, was my guess, just on initial announcement. But apparently Valve put out a statement saying that they're going to price the Steam Machine like closer to what a PC would cost, or something along those lines is what they said. Now, I don't know if they've since retracted that statement or not, but that's what I remember reading that they apparently said. So we obviously don't know what the price is yet, but they've hinted that you better not be hoping for a $500, $600 price tag, because it kind of sounds like that's going to be closer to like 800, 900, but again, we'll see. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's really all I have to say about it. Obviously, I am curious to see how that all goes down when we finally get a price tag and when it actually comes out. But I mean, it's neat that it exists, and it's neat that they're bringing it back finally after all these years, but they really do gotta have a price tag that's at least reasonable, right? Because of the price tag is because one of the reasons why the Steam Deck has been so successful is because it doesn't cost an arm and a leg, right? Like, I don't remember what the price of the Steam Deck is, but it's not, like, insane. It's not $300, but it's not insane, right? Like people can buy the thing, you know? There's a reason why it's been successful, you know? It ain't gonna sell like the Switch, but it's sold like a good, like, 5, 6, 7 million. I don't know what number it's up to, but, like, it is, without question, the best-selling of all the PC handhelds right now, because it's basically, like, the flagship of it. It's not the best specs-wise. Obviously, like, you know, the Asuses and whatnot have better specs than the Steam Deck, but the Steam Deck is the one that's, like, the default. It's the one that everyone knows. It's the one that most people have, you know, that are interested. They probably have a Steam Deck. That's the one that everyone knows. Yeah, people complaining about the specs, like, like they're not gonna buy it. Well, there is one key difference, though, between this and something like the Switch 2, or even a PlayStation or an Xbox. The key difference is that you don't have to buy those devices to play the games you want to play. If you want to play, say, this game, you have to buy a Switch 2. There is no getting around that. Well, until we eventually get an emulator, but that's probably not going to happen for a few years, because we still haven't even broken open the Switch 2. The Switch 2 still has not been broken in yet. At least not really. I know that someone got, like, some very, very, very basic, like, code running that was basically just ported over from the Switch 1 or whatever, but we have not gotten, like, you know, there's no atmosphere, there's no, you know, none of that. We're nowhere close to that yet. We're still in the early stages of that. Obviously, people will find a way eventually, but until that happens, and until an emulator becomes a thing, you have to have a Switch 2. You don't need a GameCube or a Steam Deck or any of those devices to play any game on PC. You don't need them, so they're optional. This is not optional. The Switch 2 is not an optional purchase, because you have to have it to play these games. That's the whole reason you buy one. So the Steam Deck and the ROG Ally and all those devices serve a different use case, even though both the Switch and those are handhelds, they serve a different purpose. At least for someone like me, they probably would. But again, I haven't been a handheld guy for the Switch, never mind the Switch 2, so. Again, to me, the Switch and the Switch 2 are basically consoles, so to me, a Steam Deck or an ROG Ally just wouldn't really make any sense, because it would basically just be the same type of thing, or like I wouldn't play on it enough to justify it. It's cool and all, it's cool that it exists, just not my thing. But anyway, so we unlocked another retro stage there. Magma flows. Yeah, 8-core seems like sort of a standard by now, yeah. Yeah, and I feel like, yeah, they really need to up. They need to, like, AMD needs to up the Ryzen 5 to an 8-core. And then by extension, you know, bump up the Ryzen 7 to like a 10 or 12-core and so on and so forth. Like, the whole lineup needs a refresh, but especially the lower end, like the Ryzen 5s, and even to some extent the Ryzen 7, but they really need to get off of 6-core. Right? 6-core is kind of the new 4-core, or like it had its day, you know? It's not obsolete. Again, 6-core is not, you know, dead or anything. Obviously, 6 cores is still totally fine for plenty of use cases. It's just that going forward, you know, I wouldn't buy, you know, a Ryzen 5, you know, 9600X or whatever the heck it's called. I wouldn't buy that, right? Like you bought a Ryzen 5 in the 2010s, like in 2018, 2019, like Zen 1, Zen 2. That's when you bought a Ryzen 5. Now you buy like Ryzen 7 is the minimum, at least in my opinion. But you know. Oh, whoa. They could split half the cores with X3D cores. I don't know how it works. So, actually, speaking of that, so obviously the X3D chips have been the most popular, right? Like, everyone loves the X3D chips because they're the best chips for gaming, at least on paper. And that's cool and all, but there's one big thing that stops me from being really interested in them. Not all the cores are Vcache cores. Like, the current best AMD chip you can buy, which is like the 9950X3D or whatever, right? Is 8-core regular, 8-core Vcache. Like, no, if I'm going to pay for a 16-core flagship, I want all the cores to be Vcache cores. I don't care how much of a benefit that would make or not. Like, I want all of it, you know? Like, that's my main issue. I don't want to pay more money just to get half of the cores being Vcache cores. Like, either they're all Vcache cores or none of them are Vcache cores, at least for me, you know? Like, I understand why they did it that way. Like, I know there's a reason why, and I get that, but, like, just personally, I'd rather... For me, it's kind of like an all-or-nothing thing. Like, I'm not gonna buy a 3D chip until all of the cores on, like, the 1624 core, you know, the one that I would actually buy, until that is, like, all the cores are Vcache cores. Like, once that happens, then like, sure. Well, as long as the price tag isn't completely insane. Now, if it's, like, you know, an extra $150, $200 for the Vcache version, then I'm probably not going to bother. But if it's, like, you know, $50, $100, whatever it is right now, then, like, I'd probably do that. By the way, just to be clear, if you're seeing the game drop frames on the stream, that's not the game. That's just my capture setup. The game has been a rock-solid 60 this entire time, but, like, this is something you probably have seen on the Smash streams before, where, like, the frame rate will just tank for no reason. That's just because of the setup I have, and there's not really an easy solution to it. It's a whole story I won't get into. But just to be clear, like, the game has been 60 this entire time in reality, but if you see it suddenly dip, like, pretty hard, that's why. Like, if it dips to, like, 30 FPS out of nowhere or whatever, like, that's why. That's not the game, that's just the capture. There is a way to get that to go away, just to be clear, but if you do it, you have to turn on buffering in OBS, and when you do that, the latency will slowly fall out of line. Which, if you're just recording offline gameplay, isn't a problem. But if you're trying to do, like, you know, me talking and playing at the same time, it might not be completely in sync. So I'm just leaving it on, like, the default setting where, like, it's sometimes it's 60, sometimes it's 30, or whatever. And I don't really know how to fix it, if there's any solution to that. There probably is a solution that I just don't know about. But I'm just kind of leaving it as is for now. So just saying, but anyway. Yeah, they could. Yeah. I was just thinking about how, yeah, Intel's the P&E cores, yeah. Honestly, I've kind of forgotten about that sometimes because, you know, I don't really think about the Intel chips too much these days because AMD has just become, like, the default, you know? Like, whenever people talk about, you know, PC stuff, it's always, like, AMD and Ryzen. Like, Intel's kind of, like, shooed away as, like, not really being relevant anymore. You know? Because of, like, you know, some of the controversies they've had. Like, for example, of course, right, a few years ago, the whole Raptor Lake thing, right? The Raptor Lake and the CPUs, like, frying themselves or whatever. There was that whole thing where basically all the Raptor Lake chips were just immediate no-goes. You know, like, Raptor Lake basically doesn't exist. Because no one's going to buy Raptor Lake because, like, you don't want to risk, you know, your machine, the CPU, like, melting, you know, CPU burning out, you know? That doesn't affect Alder Lake. Alder Lake chips are fine. The chips after Raptor Lake are fine. I think was it Comet Lake? Is Comet Lake the current generation? Like the Intel Core Ultra 285K, whatever the heck the new naming scheme is. Isn't that Comet Lake? No. Comet Lake is 10th gen. Right? No, yeah, I think, no, Comet Lake, yeah, no. Comet Lake is 10th gen. And then the short-lived, no one bought it, Rocket Lake was 11th gen. But then Alder Lake was 12th gen, which was the first one that introduced the P&E cores. And then Raptor Lake was 13th and 14th gen, and that's the one that had all the issues, and that basically everyone just ditched it, and it's like, don't buy it, you're gonna regret it or whatever. At least on paper, you know. I know that Intel put out some fixes or whatever, but people are still kind of like sketched out about the whole thing. And then what would have been 15th gen, which is now the new like second or first gen or whatever, and again it's like the Core Ultra, and then they redid the numbering scheme. Like, I don't even remember like the whole they should have kept they really should have kept like the i3, i5, i7, like that naming was iconic, and they threw it away. For Core 5, Core 7, Core 9, Core Ultra 7, Core Ultra 9, or whatever. It's like, you should have just kept it at The I was fine. I get going back down to like first or second gen, because again, they were on like 15th gen or whatever. Like, I get doing that, even though, again, I thought it was fine. But like, whatever. But yeah, what the heck is the name? Let me look it up. I do not remember what the name of the new gen is. It's not Comet Lake. I think Comet Lake is I'm pretty sure Comet Lake is the 10th gen. Yeah, Comet Lake is 10th gen. Then yeah, Rocket Lake, Alder Lake, Raptor Lake, and then the new generation is Arrow Lake. Arrow Lake is what is basically 15th gen, but they're not calling it that. It's, again, the second gens. It's Series 2, right? Because Series 1 was like some laptop chips or whatever. So the Core Ultra Series 2... yeah, not thrilled about that naming scheme. Yeah, so again, like, what the heck is the best chip right now? It's the Core Ultra 9 285K is the 6 is like the 8P core, 16E core. Like, that's the top of the line chip right now on Intel. Okay. I would have bought a GameCube over Steam Deck personally if they released it earlier, since I don't do much travel gaming. Yeah, but again, we're gonna have to see what the price tag on that is. That's, of course, the big thing. That'll be the end-all, be-all, right? If people think it's too expensive, then, you know, we'll see. I mean, obviously, now, of course, while everyone's treating it like a console, of course it's not literally a console. It is a PC. You can do PC things on it, so it does have more value than, you know, your standard console, but obviously you still gotta be within the realm of somewhat reasonability. Especially if people are gonna pretend that it's basically a console. Oh, what? For some reason, the ball got small. Oh, now it's big again. That might have just been a section of the course, though, to be fair. We are way ahead of everyone. That's odd. Oh, there we go. There they are. Yeah, slight shader textures are one of them. 9800X3D is actually on sale for Black Friday on Amazon, so I've been considering. Yeah, I haven't looked into what any of the Black Friday stuff is this time around. I looked into it last year a lot because we were upgrading my brother's computer. I think I've told this story before, but ever since 2018, 2019, he had a Ryzen 5 1600 and a B450 from Gigabyte. And so we upgraded to and we ended up getting him not on Black Friday, but like not too long after, like early December at Micro Center. We got the Ryzen 7 like 9700X, so like the current, you know, Zen 5 8-core. And then we got like a you know, a B8, what was it, B850? Is it B850? I think it's B850, you know, whatever. It's actually a really nice B850 board. I kind of like it more than the board I have. Now, granted, the board I have is older, being on, you know, AM4, but anyway, point is that's when we did all of that. So I remember looking into, like, you know, pricings and bundles and stuff back then. I haven't looked at all this year. He's still rocking the 1070, though, by the way. That still has not been upgraded. So while the CPU and the motherboard and a bunch of other stuff got upgrades, he is still rocking his 1070 Ti that he got in, like, 2018. Which, of course, you know, is very long in the tooth now. It doesn't even have game-ready driver support anymore, because that got dropped recently. Not that he's playing any, like, you know, super, like, demanding modern games or anything on it right now, but that's probably partially, at least, because, again, the card is as old as it is, you know? 1070 was a great card in its day, though. You know, I mean, he has a 1070 Ti, but I had, right, the original, the regular 1070. I had the EVGA for the Win 1070. Got it in 2016 when I first built the computer. And I had it all the way up until, like, the end of 2022 because of all of the, you know, crypto, you know, mining nonsense that totally just destroyed, you know, graphics card purchases for, like, 2 or 3 years. Like, I wanted, right, like, my original plan was I was going to get a 3070, right? Go from 1070 to 3070, you know, it had a decent MSRP. It was, you know, a 2080 Ti, but better, that whole thing, right? What you would expect from a 70, where it's the 80 Ti, basically, but cheaper and better and whatever. And then the crypto stuff happened, completely derailed that. And also, even if the crypto stuff didn't happen, it still had 8 gigs of VRAM. When the 3060 had 12 gigs, I know I talked about that in the last stream, I believe, or whatever, but still. It's still ridiculous that that was a thing at all, but... Alright, we got another one. And then this is the other one that was in the demo. And I believe there's one other track that we don't have that's also like a new, it's like a new track as well. Now, this time around, we'll actually get to play more than one lap, because in the demo, you only got to do one lap for some reason. Now we actually get to do more than one lap. Ultra Core series having less performance for gamers because they don't have trashy power intake. Oh yeah, wasn't that the other thing with Intel? Was like, oh, or like, oh, it takes like, you know, 300 watts or whatever or something. At least for some of the chips, like the really high-end ones especially. I know people talked about like the power efficiency or whatever was a thing people talked about. Like, it wasn't just like the raw performance, it was like also just like stuff like power efficiency and watt usage. At least for some of the chips. Like the i9, like 13900K and 14900K, I think got like railed a lot for power efficiency. If I remember correctly. Yeah, 1400 series actually still has a lot of problems with OEM PCs because a lot of their custom BIOSes are outdated and prevents them from updating the microcode or whatever. Yeah, that's another thing too, because yeah, I know Intel put out some updates like after the whole like thing blew up, like a few months after, and it like helped, but like a lot of those like OEM PCs like weren't really a part of that. At least at first. I'm sure some of them got updates later. But obviously how many people are going to update an OEM machine or whatever, so... Especially if it's like in a business or something, you know? Like you gotta get the IT guy, like like on some night to just go through and update all the computers one by one or whatever, or however that works in the business world. I don't know. Oh, so that's cool. So when you do the twirl thing, when you have the firepower, you do like remember Kirby's like old like side B or whatever, like when you run in like Melee and Brawl or whatever, like, or sorry, in Melee, and then they brought it back in Ultimate. Like you kind of do that when you do the twirl thing when you're on fire. You turn into like a little fireball. Yeah, this stage is kind of like Mount Wario in Mario Kart 8, where like it's one long track. It doesn't like lap traditionally. Like, I mean, there are no other laps. Like in Mario Kart 8, that track is just one lap, basically, right? But in this game, when you reach the end of the stage, it'll just send you back, basically. It'd be kind of cool if that was in Mario Kart, actually. Not that I would want to play on Mount Wario like 3 times in a row like that, but it would just be kind of neat to have as an option. But yeah, this is kind of like the Mount Wario, where it's really like one long lap, and then it like, except in this game, you can repeat it if you have the laps higher than, you know. So yeah, I've definitely gotten the handle of the game more as I've played it more. Oh, apparently that was a checklist thing. Eat like the rice ball. Fourth place. Oh well. Overall, I've been doing a lot better though. Oh, so we got an alt track for the oh yeah, oh yeah, I think I remember this. Yeah, so you know how in Melee and in Smash 3DS you like hold down L and you get like a different track, because there's no My Music in those games, but like that's how you get like a different song. I think that's like kind of how it works in this one, if I remember correctly. Alrighty, we got Kawasaki. No Rick yet. We don't have Rick. He's kind of like the meme character of this game. Alrighty then. So we only have 3. We only have 3 of the OG tracks, but let's go ahead and play the ones we have, and then we'll go and try one of the other modes. Crying, I mean. I got a really nice custom MSI red and purple B850 for a few weeks ago. Alright, we got that OG music going. So apparently, keyword apparently, all of like the retro tracks in this game are not actually full-on remakes. They're basically remasters. Keyword apparently. I don't know if that's actually like really true, but like some people are speculating that like all of like the retro tracks in this game are basically like retextured versions of the originals. They're not like really remakes. So, you know, kind of what they did in like Smash Wii U, where like they had like a bunch of brawl courses and they like updated the textures, but they're still kind of like the originals underneath. And they didn't get, like, full remakes, really, until, like, Ultimate. Kind of like that, I suppose, maybe. At least that's the theory. Not that it's, like, a big deal or anything. I'm just pointing it out. Now, I'm sure it also depends on the track. I'm sure some of them look better than others. Ugh! Waterfall! Whoa! Went too high right there. I got, like, all the enemies on that, like, water slide part. Oh yeah, I also found a limited edition 3DS in my closet. It's probably going for around $430, maybe, with the very small deformities. Which one is it? Well, first things first, which 3DS is it? Original 3DS, 3DS XL, new 3DS XL, new 3DS. Well, the 2DS never got any special editions because that came out like the very end. But like, you know, which kind of 3DS is it for starters? And then like, which one is it? Not that I would know what they're worth. I'm just curious. Oh yeah, this music, this is from the anime. I know I've mentioned before how like the original Air Ride, like half the soundtrack is just ripped from like the Japanese version of the anime. Well, this is one of them. That's this Magma Course. This is an anime track. Or anime music, I should say. Oh, I thought there was an opening right there. Oh! You can swim on the lava. I know that was the thing on one of the other tracks. You can go on the lava. Well, I should probably clarify. The version of the track you're hearing right now is not the one from the anime. It's slightly different. But it is essentially a track from the anime. In the same way that the original game had, like, the Melee version of Green Greens, where, like, it's basically the same, but it's, like, very, 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 very slightly different. And then Fountain of Dreams is, like, the MIDI version of, like, what the one in Melee was, basically. Again, kind of like how Dragon Quest is, where, like, there's the MIDI version, there's the orchestral version. Melee has the orchestral version, and then Air Ride had, like, the MIDI version, basically. And the orchestral version is better, obviously, but... Yeah, the lava looks pretty good. The SNES new 3DS XL. I'm getting a replacement stylus custom made for it. So that's nearly identical to the one I found online. Yeah, I think that one came out in like 2016, no, I think it was 2017. I think it came out at the same time that like the SNES Classic came out. So that would have been 2017. So that would have been after the new 2DS XL came out. But they were still selling the new 3DS XL, I guess, at that time. I know that the original 3DSs, both the original and the XL, were long dead at that point. They had stopped selling the 2DS. I think they killed off the 2DS once the new 3DS XL came out. Sorry, the new 2DS XL. There's like 5 different 3DSs, okay? Trying to remember all of them. Just out of curiosity. Yes, it came out in 2017. Apparently it came with Super Mario Kart. Because, of course, they added SNES stuff to the 3DS in, like, 2016. But only on the new 3DS, not on the original. Oh, whoa, I didn't mean to go all the way down there. There's a lot of these corners. Okay, so I think after this race, assuming we don't unlock another retro track, we're gonna try... I guess we'll try Top Ride next. We'll save City Trial, like, for last, because we've already played that one, obviously. And I don't know if we're going to do the single player or not. I think I might do that some other time, or maybe I'll just do that on my own. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. Because I don't know how long that's going to take. Because I haven't played it before, so I'm not sure. I might just do that one on my own. Reminds me of the Tron stage from Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. Yo, I've not played any of those games, so I cannot... I mean, I know some of the levels from those games, but... I don't know. I mean, I don't really know too many. I mean, obviously I know Hollow Bastion for obvious reasons, but there are other levels, and like I know like Traverse Town is like a hub area or something in one of the games. Obviously, there's a bunch of other locations from the other movies and stuff. Anyway. Alright then, so I think we've played enough of that for right now. Obviously, we still gotta unlock more stages and do some online matches eventually, I'm sure, but we'll just go ahead and leave that for now. Just out of curiosity, let's look at our thing so far. Okay, so here's okay, so fantasy that's music. I want like where's the stage though? Is that not the stage? Because that's music for Fantasy Meadows, but that's a stage we don't have yet. We got a retro Kirby thing right there. No, I think I just assumed that these are stages. That was my assumption, is that these were like the stages, but I'm not really sure now for some reason. Obviously, those are carts and these are characters. Yeah, we don't have anything for any of the other ones. Okay, let's go ahead and try Top Ride. Basically like a mini overhead version of it, essentially. It's kind of a side thing, but, you know, we'll go ahead and throw it in there. Imagine not going on a 1-month constant streak of playing every game in a row, multiple hours a day. But yeah, I'm going to say right now my feeling is that I'm just going to play the single player on my own. I think I'm just going to do that. Especially because we're going to be doing the Galaxy streams, right? That's, like, we got that coming, right? And that's going to be, like, probably, like, 7 or 8 streams. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look and see how many streams it was for Galaxy 1. Because it's probably going to be about that. Actually, no, it'll be even worse. Because, remember, Galaxy 2 has the green stars that you have to get to unlock, like, the final level in the final galaxy, so, like, that's gonna be a lot of them. Now, of course, I'm gonna try and cram in as much as I can into each individual stream as reasonably possible. I feel like it won't actually take as long as you think. That's my guess, but, again, I'd have to go back. Let me look, actually. Let me look. Let me look back. On the secondary channel, all those old streams from like 5 years ago, I think those are all on the secondary channel. Because they were on Twitch, right? We did them on Twitch before we went back to doing everything on YouTube, basically. And let's see, Super Mario 63. Shame I could never finish that, because I ran into a bug on the version of Super Mario 63 I was playing, where you were like on like the volcano, on like the magma volcano one. On that one, if I remember correctly, if you did the mission where you went inside the volcano, you got stuck at some point. So I couldn't get that one shine sprite, and therefore I couldn't unlock the final level that you get if you get all of them. That was kind of annoying, but I got like 98% of the way there. You gonna race, bro? Yes, I am, I promise. I'm just looking up something real quick. Let me see. Okay, so apparently my Galaxy stream from 5 years ago was 9 parts. And each of the streams were somewhere between 2, 3, like 1 to 3, 4. Some of them are 4 hours, some of them are 240. I don't know, they're kind of variable, so I don't know, take that for what it's worth. But I don't know, again, we'll get to that when we get to it. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. We're gonna do what we did for the other one. We're gonna kind of just do like one match through all of them. There's not as many of them, obviously, in this one. Free control, steer control. We'll do free control, but we'll, I don't know. Again, I've never done this before. Again, didn't play the original game, so I'm just. Okay, well, hold on. Well, let's definitely change that. Oh, you can go up to 7. If I remember correctly, I think Sakurai said you can go up to like 8, but you should really only do 4. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and take his advice, and we'll just do 4, at least for the first one. Oh yeah.
3, 2, 1, start!
Now I believe. Oh yeah, you can change how the camera is done. Yeah, free control is more like you're playing the regular game, but obviously the controls do feel kind of different. I believe there is a way where you can make it basically be like in the original, where it's just static, where like you just see the whole screen and it doesn't really move. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're gonna go to the other control option. I'm feeling like the other control option is better. Can I change that? Yeah, let me change that. Yeah, that feels way more natural. Yeah, that's way better. Yeah, we're gonna do that one. That feels way better for this mode. But yeah, like, so yeah, the option where you just turn, that's definitely the better mode for sure. Yeah, that definitely felt better to control. All right, got another character right there. Still no Rick though. I'm wondering which one Rick is behind. So yeah, these go by pretty quickly. Again, this is kind of like a side mode. Obviously, we could turn the lap count higher. Like we were kind of memeing on how like you can go up to 99 laps on the regular races, and it's like, who the hell would want to do 99 laps? But honestly, I think that would probably be a lot more reasonable for like this one, because the tracks are obviously a lot shorter. I mean, I still think 99 would be a bit much, but like, you know, 10 laps or 12 laps or even 20 laps would probably be like not completely insane. Oh yeah, another thing I want to do is I want to change the announcer. We're gonna change it to the Japanese female voice, because that's Kirby's voice. That's Kirby's voice actress. I wanna hear that. I'm gonna change that after this match, I think. Yeah, this is definitely one where I could see wanting to up the lap count for sure. 3 laps does kind of feel like nothing on like on this mode. Again, I don't know if you can make it go higher or not. Oh whoa, oh whoa. We got a bunch of stuff this time. Alright, we got a new vehicle. We got another new vehicle. Okay. We haven't got any new vehicles yet. I mean, I've just been doing the Warp Star this whole time. Because I like playing as Kirby, so I feel like you gotta just be using the Warp Star. Oh, so it's 4 laps. Okay. That's what it is, at least right now. Can you go all the way up to 99? Oh, you can go up to... Oh, sorry, that's the rider count. Laps. $99. Okay, so you can go up to 99. We're not going to do that, to be clear. We're not going to do that. This is lazy UI, it's just Smash. To be fair, it basically is. I mean, the main menu is different. The main menu actually has a different look to it. It's kind of got this, like, tabletop view. I think that looks pretty neat. A lot of the other UI is very based on Ultimate. I don't personally mind that. That's kind of what I was expecting. But it is, to be clear, it is totally, like, is very much based on Ultimate's UI in general. Again, I don't personally think that's a problem, but I can see. I could totally understand how it'd be like, you know, you would want it to be maybe more different than that.
3, 2, 1, start!
How do I make... Okay, so hold on. How do I make it so that, like, it's, like, fixed in place? Because you can do that, right? Oh, yeah, that's, like, the filter thing. This is, like, the filter thing that, yeah, he showed. At one time. I'm gonna leave it... Is it just me, or is this one actually going on longer than the others? Maybe because the track is longer? I didn't change the lap count. I just left it on whatever the default was. I think it's 4. I don't know. It feels like this one's gone on longer than the last two. I think this one's because this one's a bigger map, maybe? I don't know. All of it's just Smash Ultimate. All of it's just Smash Ultimate 20. Okay. Okay, so that effect you just saw right there, that explosion effect, is just straight up ripped from Ultimate. I don't have a problem with that, but it is, but like that is one of the ones where that's probably the most blatant. Like that explosion effect when you get the victory is just literally ripped from Ultimate. It's probably one of the ones that's like the most obviously copy pasted. Like to be fair, again, I don't think that's really a problem, but I do think it is funny. I do think it is funny though. Still. But again, I personally wouldn't have expected anything different. Like, it's a Sakurai game. It's going to have a UI that looks like it. You know? Like, all of the games he's made have a UI that just is like, that has a similar feel. Even if they look different. Like, obviously, Melee and Brawl and Smash Wii U and Ultimate, they all obviously have different looking UIs. But they all feel like they're in the same franchise. I mean, obviously because they are, but they all have a lot of the same options and stuff. And if you've ever played the original Air Ride, which I haven't, but if you've ever seen the original Air Ride, if you've seen the UI for it, it's very much like Melee's UI with like some proto-Brawl stuff in it. It's kind of like a fusion between Melee's UI and like what Brawl would become later. So... Again, the idea of, like, one of these games essentially, like, basing its UI on a Smash game is not exactly a new concept. But, again, that's just what what I'm saying. The rewards and everything. Well, to be fair to the rewards screen, that literally comes from the original. Like, obviously that's in Brawl and in Smash 4 and in Ultimate, but it originated in the first Kirby Air Ride, so that's not really a Smash thing, because that's literally, like, the checklist is literally from Air Ride. That's where it started. So that one is not an Ultimate carryover. That's just what was in the original. Whoa, I'm totally messed up right now. Whoa. Oh, I just got a flash flood warning on my phone. Not that, like, it means anything, but obviously it has been raining a lot over here in SoCal. It was raining a good bit today, actually, although not as bad as it was a few days ago. Although I believe today is kind of like the last day it's really going to be raining. I think it might rain a little bit tomorrow, but then I think we're going to basically be out of the kind of the rainy season, which is a bit of a shame, honestly, because I wish it rained more often. But it doesn't really. It rains, it feels like 5 times a year. The name tags. I will say this, I did not expect the name tags to be in this game. Again, didn't play the original, but name tags were in Melee. Although you couldn't assign controls to them in Melee, I think. I don't know, it's been a while. But I am a little surprised, though, that it's in this game, because I didn't expect it to be in this game. Because Mario Kart doesn't have name tags. Why would this game have it? Well... Well, why is blank in this game? Well, a lot of those answers boil down to either it was in the first one or it was in Smash. I don't believe this game is fully funded, and yes, it's raining in Laurel Canyon. I'm in LA. Alrighty then, so you are in the same boat as me. I'm not in LA specifically, but I am in SoCal. But Pokemon developers are too lazy to borrow UI from other games. They have a character singing, have those bare bones audio that will grace my eardrums. Actually, I would say, at least normally speaking, I think the soundtrack is actually one of the things in the Pokemon games that has actually stayed relatively popular over the years. Like, the soundtrack, at least generally speaking, has kind of been like the thing that's like, yeah, visuals aren't great, there are other complaints, but at least the soundtrack is good, at least has been like the general perception. Now, personally, just speaking personally, I don't think... I mean, I like, at the very least, a handful of songs from every game. Right? Like, say what you feel about Scarlet and Violet as a game, or on the visual side especially. But there are some really good tracks in Scarlet and Violet. Like, I really like there's a couple of battle themes I really like. Especially like the Champion Nimona one. That one is the best champion theme in the series since Iris in Black and White 2, and funny enough, they're both from the same composer, so maybe that's why. But there are some ones that do kind of feel like, you know, they don't feel quite right. Like for example, again, talking about Scarlet and Violet. I know it's kind of easy to beat up on Scarlet and Violet, and I don't really want to do that, because that game's been beat up enough as is. but if I'm gonna be fair here, the trainer battle theme, not the special ones for the different areas, just like the generic trainer battle theme in Scarlet and Violet, if I'm being really honest, sounds like if you told ChatGPT, make a trainer Pokemon battle theme. If I'm being really honest, that's kind of what it sounds like. Now, I wouldn't say that about the wild Pokemon one. I don't think it's quite on that level, although it's not as memorable as the older wild Pokemon themes. But like the main trainer battle one just kind of feels like you tell like an AI or whatever, like make a Pokemon battle theme, and that's kind of what it sounds like, if I'm being honest. But that's like an exception. Most of the music doesn't sound like that. That's just like one. That's just like a random example I can think of. I like most of the battle themes. They also have really good remixes. There's some really good remixes of like the black and white battle themes they had in like the DLC. Those ones are really good as well. I also like the Carmen battle theme. There's like the trio, whatever that gets called. The legendary trio, whatever that gets called in Scarlet and Violet. I like that one as well. But anyway. But I will say this, I disagree with the idea that this game is not fully funded. I mean, again, however you may feel about how much this game copies from Ultimate stylistically, because it has, like, the same art style, and it obviously shares a lot of UI elements and stuff. Like, if it copies so much from Ultimate, well, Ultimate's obviously a fully funded game, so why would that make this game any different? Like, this is not an eShop game. This is not a $20 eShop game, you know, or anything like that. You know, this is a proper release. I don't know. Because Kirby doesn't sell well? Well, okay. I will say this. Kirby, historically, has never been a big seller. That is true. Now, the series has made some strides. Like, for example, the most recent mainline game, Forgotten Land, it actually does pretty well. Or, sorry, it did pretty well. Like, by Kirby standards. Like, Kirby has never been a, like, Kirby has never been a, you know, 10+ million unit seller. It's never been that. That is true. In fact, I don't remember what the best-selling game in the series was before Forgotten Land, but I know that Forgotten Land sold like 7.5 million. Which for like Mario would be low, but for Kirby, that's actually really good. That's like one of, if not the best-selling game in the series. That's actually a big win for them. And that's obviously because... the biggest complaint, because like the game that came out before that, right? The game that came out before that was Star Allies, and that game did not review super well. It wasn't hated or anything, but it was kind of like a reception-wise, because it was a 2D, it was another 2D Kirby game that people didn't like as much as the last 2D Kirby game, which was Planet Robobot. And what people really wanted is they wanted a 3D game. They wanted Kirby to finally go 3D. And Forgotten Land was 3D, and people liked it, so it reviewed well. And of course, it got the new Switch 2 edition recently as well. So, yes, historically, Kirby has not done all that well. I mean, it's obviously been a mainstay, and it's obviously sold well enough to keep getting new entries and keep getting spin-offs and stuff, but it's never been, you know, Mario or Zelda or even some of the other franchises. It's never been anywhere near that level overall. But, I don't know, the franchise might be picking up some steam, though. Actually. If they can keep the Forgotten Land train going, then they might actually be able to kind of keep that going. But we'll see, you know? Probably depends on what direction they go with afterwards, but... Okay, so I think that was the last one of this mode. So I think I think this is the last one in this mode, for now at least. I didn't even realize I got first place. Okay, so we messed with that a little bit. Okay, let's go ahead and do City Trial. We haven't done City Trial at all yet because obviously we played this in the demo. But we'll go ahead and play. We'll play some more City Trial. We're probably not going to do too much of it though. I definitely want to try and get the Dragoon though. The Dragoon I don't think was in the demo. I could be wrong. I don't think it was in the demo though. I don't remember it being in the demo. I never saw anyone get it. I never heard the theme play. Okay, well, whatever. We know how to play City Trial. We played the demo. Now this one we're gonna do online because it'd be crazy for us not to. We'll just do quick match, I guess. I don't know, solo. Okay, hold on, let me back up. You've been posting a lot of stuff. I need to, like, catch up with what you've been saying. Smash has never changed since 1. I assume you're talking about the UI? Or do you mean the gameplay? I mean, yeah, I guess you can make an argument for either one. I mean, the UI has definitely not looked the same in every game. And obviously, the gameplay of Smash is Smash. Like, obviously, like it's a platform fighter. You know, you hit people off the stage. If you have like you know, the Smash is Smash is Smash. Obviously, that's not going to change too much. Although, obviously, every game does have a slightly different feel. Obviously, Melee has its unique feel, and that's why Melee has stuck around for so long. Brawl has its feel that people didn't like as much. Smash 4 has its feel. Ultimate has its feel. And 64 definitely feels very different, at least in my opinion. I haven't played 64 in a while, but that game definitely is... It's the first game, all right. It's probably the best way I could describe it when it comes to how it feels. It's definitely more... In my opinion, it's probably the most floaty game in the series in terms of feel. I would say, but I don't know. Nintendo games don't change unless a gimmick has changed. I guess that's somewhat true. I can't think of any, like, big examples, but that's probably generally true. Pokemon soundtracks are always great. I mean, again, I'm not, like, the biggest fan of everything in some of the newer soundtracks, but there are definitely some really good tracks in there, for sure. Like they're definitely, like, they still can put out some pretty good music, for sure. Again, that's kind of the one thing that people can rally around when it comes to Pokemon. Is it's like, say what you about the visuals or whatever. Or some of the bugs or whatever, but hey, there's still some pretty good music. That's kind of been like the one thing people can kind of get behind. Oh yeah, one thing I still have not done yet is I still have not flied to any of those islands. I never got around to doing that. Yeah, I have like no stats right now, so I'm not moving fast at all. I was referring to that one cutscene from Sword and Shield. Well, I don't remember any of the cutscenes from Sword and Shield, basically, so I don't know which one you're talking about. I played through Sword and Shield, like, once, and I thought the game was fine. I didn't need to experience it, but I don't regret playing it. It's kind of like... It's probably, like, the most 7 out of 10 experience I could probably think of. I didn't regret playing it, but I could have easily skipped it and it would have been really a big deal. The main reason I got it was just because it was the first mainline game, not counting Let's Go, and I hadn't played a new Pokemon game in a long time, and it's like, yeah, I know the game has its controversy, but you know what, I'll probably still enjoy it well enough, and you know what I did? It's no one's favorite Pokemon game, and obviously it's not what people wanted out of it, but like, overall, I still had a fine enough time. I never played the DLC for it, though. I was going to, but I just didn't really, I just never did. And then I haven't played any of the games since then. Never played Arceus, which I know people have said some good things about, but I have not played it. Obviously, I haven't played Scarlet and Violet, although the main reason I haven't played that one is just because I personally am not a big fan of the art style. Like, obviously, everyone just talks to death about the graphics, and obviously the graphics aren't great, but I'm not even talking about the graphics. I mean, like, the underlying, like, aesthetic. Like, the game could be 8K 60 with perfect textures, but the underlying art style just deviates from the Sugimori aesthetic too much for my liking. See, even if everything else was way better, it still wouldn't look like a Pokemon game to me. Like, Pokemon has a certain look to it, and the closest that we got to that on the Switch was Sword and Shield. Scarlet and Violet strayed too far from that for me. Although ZA did get closer, it was kind of like it was like 25% better. Like, they fixed some very key things, but other things are kind of the same, so I don't know. Personally, my ideal of what a Pokemon game would look like would be something that emulates the look of the anime as close as possible. But, I don't know, that's just me. The voice. I like the gym leader music. Oh yeah, the gym leader music is good in that one. I mean, I have heard the one from Scarlet and Violet, and I don't remember it too much. But yeah, the one that's in Sword and Shield, that one's pretty good. Again, apologies that I'm taking like forever to go through all the chat here, but it's just a lot of stuff. There should never be voices in Pokemon? That is a controversial thing I think you're saying right there. I think that's probably legitimately controversial. Because that's been one of the things people have, like, that isn't the graphics. Like, people have talked about, like, ever since Sword and Shield, really, but especially Scarlet and Violet, people have been like, the games need to have voice acting. You know? Like, people used to say this about the Zelda games back in the day. They used to say they need to have voice acting, right? That was a criticism of, like, Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword was like they didn't have voice acting. Then we got voice acting in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So I'm just saying, like, I think that's a bit saying that like there should never be voices in Pokemon is definitely that's a bit of a hot take, I think. And now personally, do I think it needs to have voices? Like voice acting. I should make that clear. Voice acting. I don't think it needs. I think there are other things that are more important than that, but it would certainly help. But then, of course, what if you don't like the voice acting? Then that becomes a problem. Like, if the voice acting is good or at least fine, then it's just a win. And if people don't like it, then it becomes a problem. But you won't know until you try. Lived in Japan and never was Kirby on any top list for Nintendo. I mean, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong when you say that, to be fair. Again, Kirby has never been a big seller. It has a fan base, for sure. It has a dedicated fan base, for sure. But like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, for what it's worth, it was never, I mean, as a kid here in the US, it was never a big thing. I mean, I played some of the Kirby games. I had some of the Virtual Console games. I had Kirby's Adventure. I had Kirby's Epic Yarn. I liked that. I haven't played it in a long time, but I remember liking that. It has a neat little aesthetic, but yeah, generally speaking, though, like, again, yeah, Kirby, again, is never, yeah, again, it's never been a top-tier series in terms of, like, sales or anticipation or popularity. It's kind of like, it's like a B-tier franchise for them. Like, it's popular enough. Like, everyone knows about Kirby. Everyone knows about Kirby and DDD and Meta. Like, everyone knows the characters. They know what the gameplay is like. They know Kirby. It's by no means some niche franchise, but it's also not Mario or Zelda or even like Splatoon. Like, it's not that either. You know, that's kind of about it. Oh, wait, I can change the rules? Wait, no, I can't, because we're online. I was gonna say, no, if we were playing offline, or if we were doing, like, friends matches, that'd be different. Okay, I've been playing a lot of Kirby. Let's play as someone else. Let's play as someone else for once. This series is laughably easy. That's fair enough. Although, also to be fair, that's kind of the point. At least the original game. I remember, I don't know if you've seen any of Sakurai's videos, but he did like when he was doing his whole series on YouTube a few years ago, he did like a video for every game he directed. And in the video for the original Kirby's Dream Land, he basically talked about how the game is really designed to be like kind of like baby's first platformer, basically, where like it's supposed to be like really easy. At least in the first game. Obviously, the other games are a little harder, but like that first game especially, like it really was designed so that like you can literally just float through the levels. So you're not wrong. Like the series, at least originally, especially, and not that it's ever been hard. It's never been a hard series, obviously, but especially that originally, it really was intended to be like a very simple, easy game. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And for what it's worth, you're not the first person I've heard of that's made that complaint about the games being too easy. I don't think I've ever run around as Meta Knight yet. Okay, where the heck is a vehicle here? Oh, there we go. I don't think I've ever seen this stage at midnight. Or sorry, not at midnight, the sunset. I've never seen it during a sunset before. In the demo, it was just daytime. It was always daytime in the demo. There was never any time cycle changes. You never saw it at night or anything. God, I'm like trying to cram into like these small areas when I'm way too big. Yeah, just float across the level. Yeah, like I said, that was kind of, at least in the first game, that really was kind of like the idea. Was like that you could basically just ignore the enemies. You could literally float all the way to the end. Now, is that compelling gameplay? No, I wouldn't call that compelling gameplay either, but that was kind of the purpose of at least that original game. Was that, again, it really was like baby's first platformer. You're not really in any risk of dying or losing. It's a pretty simple game. And the series has retained that to some extent, although not as blatantly as the original ever since then. Sonic Air Riders is way better than Air Riders. Well, I've never played any of the Sonic ones, so I can't speak to that. The best the series did was when it was a cartoon on Fox for GBA. So, now, again, I've never been a big Kirby guy myself. Again, I played a couple of the older games back in the day. I had Kirby's Epic Yarn, but that was really about it. I never played any of like the other games. Never played Return to Dreamland. Never played Superstar. Never played the first Air Ride, any of the other games. Never played any of those others. It was never a big thing for me back in the day. But one of my few points of contact with the series that I actually kind of have deep knowledge of to some extent is the anime. Now, I didn't watch it like as a kid per se, but I did eventually ended up watching it eventually. So I kind of know that show like the back of my hand. Honestly, okay. I only have I have two main complaints about this game. One, I wish that the original city trial map from the first game was in it. And I wish that, like, Tiff and Tuff and Escargoon were in this game. I never expected that to happen, but I do wish that they were in the game. I kind of secretly hoped that we would have gotten them. I never expected that to happen, though. I think that would have been neat, because, again, the anime was one of my few kind of things that I have any real involvement with Kirby in, so it would have been kind of cool to have them in it. Or at least one of them. Probably either Tiff or Escargoon, maybe not both, I don't know, but that would have been kind of neat, but oh well. Although, for what it's worth, not that it really means a ton at this point, but Sakurai did work on the anime. At least I think he did the development for it at the very least. Now, that was back when he was still at HAL and still worked on the series. Not that he directed any episodes or anything, obviously, but I know he was involved with the series. When there was a period when we got constant Kirby games in the early 2000s. I know that the DS and the GBA got a couple of them. Actually, even the original Game Boy had 3 or 4 games. Obviously there's the original Kirby's Dream Land, there's Dream Land 2, then there's Star Stacker and Avalanche, and there's a bunch of Kirby has always been very spin-off heavy. Kirby is one of those franchises that from the get-go has always had a good amount of spin-offs. On the SNES and the Game Boy and the GBA and the DS had a bunch of them. To this day, the Switch got 2 or 3 spin-offs. Those eShop games, because Nintendo does not do eShop games anymore. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but we don't get $20 eShop games anymore. Those don't really exist anymore. But HAL is the one developer that still does it. Every few years they'll put out some little Kirby thing. There was Kirby's Dream Buffet, and there was Kirby Fighters 2, and there was that, free-to-play thing they had at one point. They're they're one studio that still puts out, eShop releases that are, $10, $20. Nintendo themselves don't do that anymore. There's no, we don't get Mario vs. Donkey Kong anymore. We don't get any other kind of, small thing. That doesn't really exist anymore. This game isn't going to sell at 70. I will say this. If this game was being made by HAL on its own, I would agree with you. I would agree with you fully if that was the case. Because the biggest reason why this game has any, shine at all is because it's Sakurai. If this game wasn't made by him, it would not have gotten 2 directs. It wouldn't have got a ton of coverage. Sure, Air Riders diehards that have been waiting for a new game for 20 years, they would have cared about it, but the general community would have just been oh, there's a new Air Ride, neat. And then that would have been the end of it. There would have been nothing, they wouldn't have thought of it after that point. But, because the game is a Sakurai game, and it got those 2 directs, it's far higher up on the radar than even a regular Kirby game would probably be, let alone a spin-off. Now, I am by no means saying it's going to be some big seller. It's not. But it's going to do fine by Kirby. I'm thinking, honestly, if Forgotten Land did 7.5 on the Switch 3 years ago, maybe, just maybe, 3, 4, maybe even 5 million is not completely insane. But, again, I don't know. Now, for what it's worth, the original Kirby Air Ride... Now, granted, this is the GameCube, and the GameCube wasn't exactly a big seller, but still. The original Kirby Air Ride, from what I remember reading, was about 1.5 million. Which, even for the GameCube, is not great. The best-selling game on the GameCube, which is ironically the game that came out before Air Ride, Melee, is 7-8 million units. On a console that sold 24 million units or something like that, 25 million units. So, that means 1/23 or whatever, 1/24 of people that had a GameCube had Air Ride. So, Air Ride in particular has always been a niche game. It has its fans, it's always had its fans, and and I know people have asked for a new game. I have seen it every once in a while. Never super big, never a super big request, but I have definitely seen people that have asked for it. So there is an audience for it. But I guess my point is, if this game was just made by HAL and it was just a game that announced and came out, like most Kirby games, it probably would only have sold about as well as the original, if I'm being honest. But because of what this game is in practice, it's far higher profile than it would be otherwise. Again, it's not Mario, it's not Zelda, it's probably not even going to sell as well as Forgotten Land, but it's not going to sell like 1 million. It'll sell more than 1 million. It's going to sell okay. It'll sell more than the original at the very least. I'm like pretty confident in that at the bare minimum. But again, we're going to have to see. Because for all we know, most of the people that buy this game are people like me that have to have it because it's the new Sakurai game. And then once you get to like the casual audience that isn't like Sakurai diehards or isn't like big Kirby Air Ride fans, like once you get beyond those, like the hardcores, once you get beyond them, will people be interested? Or will they just be like, well, I got Mario Kart World, that's good enough, right? And I remember that was a thing that before launch people talked about, was like the idea of, is it really a smart idea for Nintendo to put out 2 racing games in the same year? Like, is that really a good idea when Mario Kart's already gonna be, like, obviously super big? And obviously Mario Kart World has its controversy, but it's Mario Kart. Everyone's going to get it no matter what, because it's Mario Kart. This game is not Mario Kart. Not everyone's gonna buy this. This game is definitely going to have a niche audience. Again, I think it will have an expanded audience compared to the first game, but it will still be niche in comparison to something like Mario Kart. Or even the mainline Kirby series, I imagine. But again, we'll have to see how that pans out in the end. My expectation right now is it's probably going to sell, I'm going to say 2.5 million minimum. Is going to be my minimum. So that's like 1 million higher than what the original sold. That's like my kind of bare minimum is my guess, but we'll see. But it also depends on whether or not this game has any kind of length, because one thing that will hold this game back is we're not getting DLC for this game, right? He told us straight up, we're not doing DLC, we're not doing updates, this is the game. Which, to some people, is a pro, but there's also the con of, if you didn't already buy it and didn't already play it, well, outside of, like, the holiday... Like, once we get past the holiday season, are people really going to remember the game even exists, right? I mean, we'll see. I mean, again, I think it will definitely be remembered more than, like, it would if it was just made by HAL. Like, it definitely will be more remembered than, like, it would have been otherwise, but... Again, we'll have to wait and see. Nintendo games don't change. You're being delusional. I mean, if we're talking about the mainline series at a fundamental level, sure. Generally speaking, obviously there are exceptions. Obviously Breath of the Wild was a change-up for Zelda, for example. But like, Mario 64 to Mario Sunshine to Mario Galaxy to Mario Odyssey. Okay, 3D World and 3D Land they were kind of different. But those games all have a similar-ish formula. Obviously, like, Ocarina of Time through Skyward Sword had a similar-ish formula. All the Smash games have the same formula, you know. So, sure. But my response to that would be, so what? Now, obviously, there are exceptions where people are kind of tired and they want something new. Again, this was a thing people had with Skyward Sword back in the day. They were kind of like, you know, I mean, people had their people had criticisms of Skyward Sword itself. But there was also just kind of like, it's just, quote, another 3D Zelda in, like, the Ocarina of Time mold, and we kind of want to see something a bit different, something that kind of shakes things up. And Breath of the Wild did that, and it was super successful. Now, obviously, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom have their critics. I have my criticisms of them as well. But those games were and are super popular and sold really, really well. This game is lazy, and no way do you feel like this was worth $70. Well, truth is, I can't really say whether now. I can't really say that definitively yet. Now, I will say this: I do think this game would be a better sell for people that aren't like locked in if it was a bit lower. Like, this is one complaint people have had about Nintendo games for forever, which is that like they're all full price, or at least most of them are full price, and that is a legitimate problem. That is an absolutely legitimate problem, especially for like the smaller games. Like, okay, you want to charge full price for, you know, your 3D Mario, 3D Zelda, whatever, that's fine. But like Mario Sports, like Mario Golf, does that really need to be $60 or $70 now? No, it doesn't. Those games should be $40 maximum. Same goes for like all of the ports, like all the Wii U ports we got. Those should have been like $40 maximum as well. Now, there were some rare times where we did get that, like Metroid Prime Remastered was like $40, which was like a shock because it's like, because it was basically a remake. It wasn't just the GameCube game, but 1080p. It was like it was basically a remake in all but name. And that is a problem they've had for a while. Is like, I do think they have this thing where they just assume that because a game has Mario in the title or whatever, that it automatically means it needs to be 60, but like it really doesn't. Again, like all the big mainline games, that's totally fine, but like the spin-offs really should not be full price most of the time. The one exception where I don't think I would mind that is like the RPGs, like, you know, Mario and Luigi, Paper Mario. Those ones I don't really mind. But like all of like the sports games, or even Mario Party to some extent, I think should definitely be lower priced than they are. So I don't disagree on that like the games, at least the games that really should not be full priced should not be full price, because they shouldn't. I think this game, if this game was like 40 to 50, it would definitely do better. It being 70 does not help it, but I also don't think that's going to hurt it as much as I think it would have a few years ago. But I don't know. Again, I'm not saying it's going to be a big seller. It's not. But I also don't think that the $70 price tag like completely kills it. Although, unlike Mario Kart, because of course Mario Kart had its controversial price of $80 that nobody liked. Like, regardless of what you feel about the game, like it or not, whatever, everyone agrees that price tag was stupid. And I personally really don't like it because Mario Kart had to be the first. Like it couldn't have been GTA, couldn't have been any other game. No, it had to be Mario Kart, had to be the first $80 game. And the first, like, Mario Kart in 11 years on console. And that always bugged me. Like honestly, if I'm being really honest with you, I'm more bothered by the fact that it was Mario Kart that did it first, as opposed to me being annoyed at the price tag itself. I don't like the price tag itself, to be clear, but I'm more annoyed at the fact that Mario Kart did it first than the actual price itself. Like, why couldn't it have been literally anything else? Because obviously there were rumors of price increases. Obviously there were rumors of GTA being 80 or even 100, although I never really bought into the 100 thing. I think the 100, even I think the 100 thing is a bit ridiculous. I know it's GTA 6, but even still, I don't know, that kind of feels a bit, even that feels a bit too much, in my opinion. Yeah, it started production in 2021, and this is what they give us. The mode you're playing is a fake version of the open world gimmick in Mario Kart World. Well, that's definitely not the case, because this game, again, City Trial is from the original game, so that's long before Mario Kart. Well, one thing that we can all that is very obvious, and obviously you can have this opinion, that's totally fine. I'm not saying you have to like the game or anything, but obviously you're not a fan of the game. That's been made pretty clear. That's been made pretty dang clear at this point. And that's fine. You can have your opinion, obviously. But I do think you are being just a little harsh to it. Just a little bit, at least. But, oh well. It is what it is, I suppose, right? Play as the Rock, because why not? I really want to get Rick. We haven't gotten Rick yet. Nintendo put out the all-time games list months ago. What do you mean by that exactly? Like most played games? Is that what you mean by that? Because I'm genuinely not sure what you mean by that. Kirby isn't on the list. Kirby is respected in Smash Bros. That's it. I don't know if I go that far. Now, for certain franchises, I would agree. Like, for example, famously F-Zero, right? Like, Captain Falcon is basically, it's a meme how he's basically just a Smash character at this point. You know, also Ness and Lucas, right? Because that series has been dead for a long time, and also probably will never get a new entry because the creator doesn't want to do a new game. So that's a bit of a different situation, admittedly, as opposed to F-Zero, which apparently doesn't get a new game, even though people want a new game because they want some new gimmick or something. At least that's what Miyamoto said like 10 years ago, you know. Oh, I just realized I didn't do online, I did CPUs. I didn't mean to do that. GameCube top games, none of them are Kirby. Not wrong there. Not wrong there. Although, also, to be fair, there is no mainline Kirby game on the GameCube. There was gonna be one. There was gonna be a mainline Kirby game on the GameCube, but it got canceled. So the only Kirby game that's on the GameCube is Air Ride. That's the only one, at least that I know of, the only one that's notable, unless there's some, like, re-release compilation or something that I don't know about. But as far as I know, the only Kirby game on the GameCube is Air Ride. That is the only one. Kirby is a baby's game you could just float even today. I mean, I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can. Yeah, I'm like really far ahead. I need to switch over to the online. How long have we been going? We've been going for... We actually just hit the 3-hour mark about 50 seconds ago, so we've been going for a good amount of time. I'm not sure how much longer we're going to be going here. Probably not like too much longer, but we'll see. You can skip Kirby 64, lol. I own it, but you can skip that game. I say it's good to play the games based on the TV show. I don't think there was ever a game based on the anime. Now, they had games that used, like, that came out around the same time, like Nightmare in Dreamland, which is a remake of Kirby's Adventure. That has, like, anime artwork on the front, at least on, like, the American version. And there's also Kirby in the Kirby in the Amazing Mirror. That was also a GBA game. I believe that one also had like 4-player connectivity of some kind. But yeah, I haven't played any of the GBA ones. We actually have Nightmare in Dreamland, funny enough. I never played it though. I've played the original Kirby's Adventure though, but I've never played Nightmare in Dreamland, which is like the remake basically. Nightmares in Dreamland with Meta Knight was fun. Okay, then. So at least you have one good thing to say about Kirby. I mean, again, Kirby's never been a big thing for me either, but, Ice Climbers and Tears of the Kingdom are very much the same, obviously. Sega Secret Services agents infiltrating stream. I don't really get what that's a reference to. Like, was this the stream like dying or something? Like I don't really get what that's a reference to. There we go. We finally got that track. We still have a cup. We still have like 4 or 5 of the retro tracks we don't have yet. We got that one finally. That's like the first one. It's like the grass track in the original. I do think it's very weird how there's like 2 random options. Like, is it random as in like if you do this random, it's only these stages, but not these ones, and the same goes for this one, but the other way around? I don't know. That's kind of weird the way that works. That seems very weird that there's like 2 of them. Like Smash doesn't do that. Smash doesn't have 2 random options. At least not that. At least ones that don't have a question mark. Now I know that in Ultimate they down the line they added in the option to like have like random battlefield and random FD is their own like option on like the menu. But even that was added later. That wasn't there in the first place. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I know you've been very critical here of Kirby and a lot of other things, but I do appreciate you for sticking around there, Richie Rich. Is that a reference to Richie Rich? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Not that I know what that is. I've heard that name before. Isn't that like a movie? Isn't that like a movie or something? I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Oh, wait, I didn't check what the lap settings were. No, it's on 3 laps still. Okay, because I was like, I feel like that went by really quickly. Kirby 64 is one of the best games in the series. Yeah, I've never played that one. There's only really 2 things I know about it. I know that Sakurai voices... That's the first game where Sakurai voiced DDD. He also voices DDD in all the Smash games. And then I know that there's that painter girl. What's her name? Adelaide? I think is her name. I know some people wanted her in this game. I'm actually almost a little surprised she's not in this game, to be honest. Like, sure, me wanting, like, Tiff or Tuff and Escargoon, that's kind of a pipe dream, because that's, like, an anime thing, but, like, I'm actually legitimately surprised that like the painter girl's not in this. Like that seems like such a shoo-in almost. I mean, maybe she's some hidden thing, although I doubt it personally. I doubt it. Now granted, in the last direct, Sakurai just said these are the last characters we're gonna... Oh yeah, so the CPUs are on level 3 still. Now, let's turn that up. Yeah, no wonder I'm kind of cakewalking here. But yeah, again, I've never played that one. Is it on NSO? It's probably on NSO. I'm sure all the Kirby games are on NSO. Well, obviously the original Air Ride's not on NSO yet, and it probably won't be for a while because of this, but all the other, like, older ones are on there, I think. Are all the GBA ones on there? Actually, I don't know about the GBA ones. I think Nightmare in Dreamland is on NSO, but not The Amazing Mirror. Could be wrong about that. I don't know. I don't think I've played the GBA at all. Like, honestly, if I'm being honest, I have barely played, like, in general, I've barely played the NSO stuff. I think the most amount of time I've put into NSO was when years ago I played through Ocarina of Time on stream. I don't know if you were around for that when I did that like a few years ago, but I did do that like in 2022, I want to say. That's like the most amount of time I've ever put into NSO. I've like barely played it outside of that, honestly. Now, I'm sure that will change at some point. Like, I'm sure whenever Sunshine comes to NSO, I'll play through that. Not on stream, but I'll just like play through that in general. Even though I already have the 3D All-Stars version, that's better because it's widescreen, but... I'll probably do that at some point. Obviously, if the original Air Ride ever comes, I'll probably try that out. Just for the heck of it. I have Twilight Princess HD, so I'm not gonna be playing... And I've never played Twilight Princess before. I got it for like 20-something bucks years ago on eBay, but I've never actually played the game. It's on NSO, yeah, you should play. I think it's a few hours long. Yeah, I'm sure it's not that long. I mean, it's a Kirby game. Especially like if it's one of the older ones, I'm sure it's like really not that long. I could, if I wanted to stream that, I'm not saying I'm going to, but if I wanted to stream that, we would probably get that done in a stream. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there are some NSO stuff maybe we could get streams out of. Some games I haven't played before. But the only thing I know for a fact we're going to do is we're definitely doing Galaxy 2. That's a shoo-in. I'm not really sure what other, like, playthroughs I would want to do beyond that. Because the biggest problem I've had with playthroughs is running out of things to talk about. That's the biggest reason why I haven't done them in so long. Like, I think the last time I really did, like, a proper playthrough of a game was Ocarina of Time in, like, 2022 or whatever. I never archived those streams, unfortunately, so I don't have them anymore because they got deleted a long time ago on Twitch. But I think it was the 3D All-Stars streams, and then it was the Ocarina of Time thing. Oh, yeah, and then I played, like, Persona 4 Golden every once in a while, but that was never really a proper playthrough. That was kind of like, sometimes I played it on my own, sometimes I didn't. And then I think that's really been it since then. I really haven't done that many. Oh yeah, and we did, of course, we did Harry Potter, right? We did the Harry Potter game in 2021, the Chamber of Secrets. We did that, which I unfortunately also do not have the footage for anymore. Again, that's one of the reasons why I like streaming on YouTube again. Is because when you stream on YouTube, everything just gets backed up to YouTube and it never goes away. Now, I have local archives of the YouTube stuff as well that's higher quality, but I will always have that fallback of the online... Sorry, not the online, on the, on YouTube. Yeah, I guess online, whatever. You did Persona 5, right? I don't think I really watched those streams because I couldn't make it or wanted to play myself. I think I might have done a couple. I never played the whole game on stream, I think. But I think I remember I did. I think I might have done a couple of streams near the end, maybe. Or no, maybe it was up until the point, right? Because the whole thing that happened with Persona 5 was that so of course I played Vanilla. I played Vanilla first. Then Royal came out and I played through Royal, but I screwed up and didn't know about like what you had to do to get to Maruki. So I ended up, and I didn't find out until it was too late that you had to like rank him up to like rank 8 or whatever, or rank 9 in order to unlock the third semester. So I had to replay the game all over again just to get to the part of the game that you actually bought the game for. And I think I streamed that. I might have streamed, like, everything up until the third semester. I'm not 100% sure. I do remember doing some streams, though, but I don't think it was ever a... Again, I think it's like Golden. I don't think I ever, like, played the whole thing on stream. But I think I played some of it on stream, whenever I felt like it, probably. Just at random intervals, no structure or anything, I think. But yeah, man, I remember being really annoyed, man. I was really annoyed when I found out that I missed the requirements for Maruki. Because, like, so the time frame that Maruki leaves the school is like November 15th or something, or November 21st or whatever, somewhere around that time frame. And I was at like the end of Sai's Palace. I was like near the end of Sai's Palace, and I basically was like right at or had just missed like the window, and I was at like rank 4. So like even at that moment, there was nothing I could do. I was screwed. Like I could maybe get one more rank up before I beat the dungeon, but I was screwed. I knew then and there I was gonna have to replay the entire game again just to do the 3rd semester, and that was annoying. Especially because I kind of got like sort of spoiled in the process of finding that out. Now, obviously, you can't tell someone that hasn't played the game before, hey, make sure you rank up. I mean, you have, like, see, do you tell someone they have to rank up Maruki or not? Because telling them basically is a spoiler, right? Like, because if you tell them you need to rank him up, then obviously it's going to be like, well, obviously there's something important about him if you have to rank him up in order to get the 3rd semester. So it's like, but you have to tell them or else you're going to miss the 3rd semester, right? So it's like, what are you supposed to do? Like, even I'm not sure how I would approach that to someone playing it for the first time. Like, would you tell them about the requirements or not? Because, like, you don't want them to miss out on it, but if you tell them, then it's basically a spoiler. Like, there's no good way to... There's, like, no good solution. There's, like, no good solution. That happened to my friend a few months ago. I know he was in pieces after I told him that he got to it eventually. Yeah. Oh man. In fact, I think I remember talking about that in the 3D All Stars streams. I think it was during Noki Bay when I was doing Noki Bay on Sunshine. I think that's when I told the story about how like I got screwed and I had to play the game all over again. So I think I've told that story before, but yeah, that was something. Yeah, it really is like, I mean, you have to tell them because it's important, but it's also like a spoiler, kinda. I mean, you're not literally telling them they're the final boss, but like, I mean, obviously they know that the character is going to be important. So it's like, what are you going to do? I don't know. See, like, it'd be, like, if it was just you have to rank up Kasumi to, like, rank 9, that would be way easier because Kasumi's not a spoiler. Right, she's on the box for the darn game. Like, she's not a spoiler. She's like the main. She's like one of the main selling points of the game, aside from the 3rd semester itself. So saying you have to. So hey, Kasumi's the new character. So having to rank up the new character to get the new content, that's reasonable. That would be totally fine. But the fact that it's Maruki you have to rank up to unlock it is like what makes it complicated. Well, you also have to rank up Akechi all the way if you want to get like the true ending at the end, where like you get the shadow at the end or whatever. Like, you don't need to max out Akechi or get to rank 9 as Akechi to get like the 3rd semester and all that stuff. But if you want like that last cutscene where like you're on the train and then he walks past, that doesn't happen unless you max him out all the way. I think that's a minor thing, granted. It's basically a post-credit scene, but still. And then I don't remember what happens with Kasumi. I know that you get something with... Well, obviously, if you max out Kasumi, you get, like, obviously the social link, and you can romance her and all that stuff. But I feel like there's something else I'm forgetting. But what I do know, for sure, is you 100% need to get to rank 9 as Maruki. I don't think you have to max him out, but you have to get to, like, rank 9 or whatever. Or maybe you don't... Or maybe it doesn't max out until later. It might be one of those ones where it doesn't max out until later. Kind of like how Morgana and Akechi was handled in vanilla. Well, Morgana is handled in both versions, but how Akechi was handled in like the original game, where it was just like built into the story and you couldn't progress it on its own, and then like it maxes out when you like have that final duel in like the basement or whatever in the engine room, and it like maxes out all the way if you've like or whatever. I think the final max one happens in both versions still. Like, in vanilla, it maxes out, I believe, at that point. But I believe, even in Royal, it still will max out if you get up until the point where you are at that point. Like, if you get to, like, rank 8 or whatever, when you get to that final, you know, please defeat Shido, or whatever, that whole thing, and the wall comes down, that, I think, still maxes out at that point. But at the same time, I don't know, because wouldn't it make sense for him to max out during the 3rd semester? It might. I don't remember. I haven't replayed the game in a few years, so I'm not 100% sure. I never actually finished the PS5 version. Because I got the PS5 version for cheap, like in 2023, for like 20 bucks on Amazon. And I got all the way up until the final battle with Maruki, and I don't think I ever... And I, like, never actually finished it, I think. On the PS5. On PS4, I finished it. But I never did finish it on PS5. Every once in a while, I go back in and do the fight, but I just don't really have it in me to, like, actually get past that first initial wave that's kind of frustrating sometimes. But I also don't want to lower the difficulty too much either, so it's kind of like, I don't know. I still need to finish it myself. I'll play through the rest on the new PC in late December. I really like the music for this track. I remember listening to this one on the music app all the time. Like, I would say the music for this stage is kind of like the Checker Knights equivalent. Which, by the way, we don't even have Checkered Knights yet. I want to get that unlocked. But, of course, I don't know how you unlock it. I hope none of the stages are behind, like, the story mode. That would be kind of annoying. I mean, I'm gonna play the story mode, obviously, but I'm not gonna do that, like, right now. Anyway, did you see the Xbox showcase today? No, I did not. It's basically a partner showcase, but for Xbox, so I didn't really bother. I mean, I don't even bother with, like, the Nintendo ones, so I'm not gonna bother with the Xbox one. Now, again, if it was at 2 p.m., I would have streamed it. But it was at, like, 10 a.m., like all the Xbox events are. I didn't feel like... I mean, I wouldn't have stayed up for that, of course. I would have just woke up like normal. But I didn't feel like waking up and then immediately going over to the computer and doing that. Right? Like, I'll do that for like, the main event, but I'm not gonna do that for, like, a partner showcase. I do not know what was in it. I don't know if anything substantial was in it. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I know it was today, but I didn't see it. Now, I'm almost certain that they did not show more of Revival. I'm sure they did not do that, because that would be too good. But I don't know, maybe there was some other stuff. Maybe there's some stuff. I'm sure there's something in there that's neat, but I have no idea. Because for what it's worth, I think, like, all of the showcases have at least one neat thing in them. But even if it's a franchise I don't personally care about, I can still be like, oh yeah, that's neat. I know people will be happy with that. But I don't know. Again, I haven't seen it. It was underwhelming anyways. There were like 2 okay showcases, one being an indie, and the other being what looked like a Souls-type game. Okay, then. Oh, well, I'm not, like, paying attention here. I'll probably like right after this match, I'll like look up like whatever, because you know how like Xbox, like, you know how all the companies, whenever a presentation comes out, they have like the screenshot of everything that was in it? I'm gonna find what the screenshot is for that showcase that has all the logos on it. Just to see what was in there, you know? Because I'm sure if I went on Instagram right now, I'm sure the Xbox account has one of those like screenshots of like, here's all the things that were in the presentation. I'm sure that exists. I'll look at that in a second, just for the hell of it. Last game I'm sure, pretty sure was a 5-minute boss fight. Okay, let me go ahead and just look it up real quick. It might be on the Xbox Wire. It's like their official blog. Let me see if it's on there. Just again, for the heck of it, Xbox Wire. Let's see, recap. Okay, I don't have an image. Let's see, there's some new DLC for Dave the Diver. There's some exclusive thing for Hitman. They showed some stuff for First Light. That's the new, James Bond game. Let's see, third-person shooter. Yeah, there's the Dave the Diver thing. Here's No Nightmares. Time Relation. 2027? That feels really weird to see 2027. That feels really weird to see 2027. There's like a game in here that was called like Zoo Punk, and it says coming to Series X and S, PC, and Xbox Cloud in 2027. That feels like wrong. That like, feels wrong to hear the words coming in 2027. That feels like really weird. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that was literally everything that was in it, but that's at least some of the highlights. So yeah, nothing really too... There's nothing like super big in there. Not that I was expecting that, but there are some updates. Again, you know, there's some first James Bond stuff in there. Dave the Diver, I know that's a popular game. But yeah, you know, not basically, you know, I didn't miss much, is the main takeaway, you know? I would have streamed it if it was at 2, and it wouldn't have been any harm, but it wasn't, and it's not a big deal. Would have been nice if we could have had even just like 5 more seconds of oh my god, I almost called it rewind. Like, I think I remember like a couple streams ago, I brought up I keep wanting to call it rewind because that's what it should be called. Revival, and I called it rewind. I didn't even think about it. Like, it really should just be called rewind. It's so much more natural than revival. Yes, the revival name is a TV term. It technically works, but it just doesn't roll off the tongue the same, right? And you want to know why it doesn't work? I can tell you why it doesn't work. Because it's 3 syllables, right? Like Persona 3 Reload. 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 That's 2 syllables. Revival. That's 3 syllables. Rewind is 2 syllables. It would have been better because it's 1 less syllable. It's just easier to say, right? Rewind, 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 as opposed to revival, 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 you know? There's Checker Knights. So, of course, we're going to play as Meta Knight for this one. Not that it's his track per se, but it's what I kind of associate. The iconic music track, of course. Again, this is originally from the anime, this music track, but most people know it as the music from Checker Knights. And it's pretty good. See, I forgot that this vehicle changes form when you do the spin. I gotta remember that. Rewind, Royal, Reload. Yeah, all of them being R's, I think makes total sense. It's just the fact that Revival is 3 syllables. I also just think Rewind is a better name anyway, but just the fact that, like, it's 1 more syllable makes it, like, harder to pronounce. It doesn't roll off the tongue as easily. Like Golden, right? Golden. Persona 4 Golden. 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 That's 2. Royal. Royal. That's 2. Reload. Reload. That's 2. Revival. Revival. That's 3. That's 1 too many. It should be 2. Now, to be fair, portable is portable. That's 3. But that's kind of its own thing, so I'll give that one a pass. Also, most people would probably just call it portable anyway. Or they would just call it P3P. I don't know, that one I'm going to give a pass. That one I'm going to give a pass. But yeah, I don't know, Revival it just kind of bugs me that it's Revival, not Rewind. They should just change the name. No one would complain. Everyone would be happy with that. Everyone agrees that Rewind is the better name. I mean, the game's not coming out until, like, 2027 anyway, so you may as well change it. I don't count portable either. It was still the 2000s. Yeah, there's that too. But I don't know. Portable is its own thing, you know? Like the real, like FES. FES is the real Golden and Royal of Persona 3. So I don't really count. Like, portable is its own kind of like individual thing to me. Now, granted, FES is FES, but to be fair, that's literally just letters. So like that's fine too. And also, everyone knows FES. Everyone can say FES. People have said FES for a long time, so that's not a big deal. Yeah, this is definitely the best music track in the game, and it's really not much of a competition. Not that I don't like the other music, but I mean, this really is like a league above all the others. There's a reason why this is such a famous track. I mean, I like the stage too, like the actual Checker Knights stage, I like it. I like it quite a bit, but like the music though, I mean, the music is just, it's the music, you know? Oh, well. Oh, I don't think I got that. I think I just barely lost right there against that person, that CPU. That reminds me, I just sold my copy of FES and Golden the other day. I was actually the same guy that bought both. Well, that's convenient. So, you actually have, you had, like, the Vita version? Are we talking about the Vita version? Because I'm sure you're not talking about, like, the limited run. You're not talking about that. You're talking about, like, the Vita version, right? The one you can actually buy. I assume, no PS2 in box. Well, FES is on PS2, but I'm talking about Golden. Like, I assume you had Golden on the Vita version. Oh, normal P4. Okay, never mind. There's a part of me that kind of wants to get those games, like, physically, but I don't have a PS2, so it would just be literally for putting on the shelf. Because I don't have a PS2, or a PS3. So like, I would, yeah, it would literally just be for collecting. But I don't know. It kind of feels unnecessary. I already have like all of those, I have like all of the main games physically that are on like PS4. I have, you know, I have all the Persona 5s. I have all the Persona 5s. Well, all the main ones anyway. I have all those physically. So I have Vanilla PS4, Royal PS4, Royal PS5, and then Strikers. So I have all of those. I do have all the dancing games, but I have those digitally because it was like dirt cheap in a bundle once. And then I have Reload physically. And then I have Metaphor physically, which I still have not even booted up, by the way. I have this big problem where, like, I, like, put off playing games I buy that aren't, like, really, really, really important for, like, forever. Like, I didn't play Spider-Man 2 for, like, 8 months after I got it. Which is, like, really crazy. Now, granted, I didn't get that game day one. That was the game I got for, like, Christmas. But still, like, obviously any game I buy day one, I'm obviously gonna play on day one. But if I get it, like, some other point, sometimes I'll just put it off. Like, I still haven't played Mario RPG Remake. I still haven't played Mario Wonder. I still haven't played Metaphor. I started Persona 3 Reload earlier this year, finally. And right now, I'm stuck on... Okay, I assume you've done all of it, so I don't think I'm spoiling anything by saying this. Also, it's not really a big spoiler moment or anything anyway. But the part in the game where you go to, like, that old military hangar or whatever that's underground and you fight, like, the boss there, that's where I am right now in the game. I got stuck on that part and kept dying, and I was kind of like, I'll come back to it later. That's where I am right now. Obviously, I'm going to get around to finishing it eventually. And I'm going to play The Answer. I do have The Answer. It went on sale like a few months ago. So I have The Answer and all that stuff. So I'm obviously going to play that eventually when I get around to beating the actual game itself. And then I haven't even started Metaphor. Because, of course, I'm not going to start Metaphor when I haven't even finished Reload. That's another reason why there are a bunch of games I haven't played yet, is because I don't want to start, like, 3 games at once and do them like that. Like, I want to do 1 game at a time, then finish it, then do the next one. You want to know another big game I still haven't played yet, but I've had literally since launch? FF7 Rebirth. Now, I didn't buy it. My brother bought it, because he wanted to play it on day 1. But we've had it, and it's sitting on my shelf right next to Part 1 and Crisis Core. Which, by the way, I still haven't played Crisis Core yet either. I played the first game, the first part. I played Part 1. I played Part 1 years ago. But I have not played Crisis Core Reunion, and I have not played Rebirth. So, grand total of games I haven't played yet, that I have, is I haven't played Wonder, I haven't played Mario RPG, and I haven't played the original Mario RPG either. I should make that clear. I've never played the original Mario RPG. So this will be my first time experiencing Mario RPG. So no Wonder, no Mario RPG, no Metaphor, no FF7 Rebirth, and no Crisis Core. Those are like the main ones that like I have and I've had for a while, and I just have not gotten around to playing. Now, I have an excuse with Wonder. I knew they were going to do some kind of upgrade, so I waited. Even in like 2023, 2024, I was like, it might get an upgrade, it might get an enhancement, I'm gonna wait. And of course, it's getting an upgrade. It's getting a Switch 2 edition with some new stuff next year. So I'm gonna wait until next year, and then get the upgrade, and then I'll finally play it, like 3 years after the game came out. But obviously, I'm not in a rush to play it if I haven't played it at this point. I mean, obviously, I want to play it. I mean, I got it for... Well, actually, I got that one for Christmas, but obviously, I want to play that game. It's just not that important. If I can wait to play the definitive version at 4K, then I'll wait. Yeah, I think I'm near there. I haven't finished Reload either. But you've played the original, right? Because you had the original. Did you like finish the original game, like, or FES, I should say? I mean, FES is basically the original. Like really, like how many people out there have played vanilla Persona 3? There's probably like 5 people that have played vanilla Persona 3. Like vanilla Persona 3 to most people is just FES because it completely obsoletes the original game because it's literally just the original game, but with like quality of life stuff and the answer. Because, like, Golden and Royal, while they're generally the definitive versions, you could make a case. You could make a case for the original game. Especially in the case of, like, Persona 4. Like, I know there are people out there that think, like, the atmosphere is better in vanilla Persona 4, or they really don't like Marie and how that's integrated or whatever, or some of the new events. But, like, but with FES, there's no debate. There's no argument. There's no vanilla Persona 3 versus FES. That doesn't exist. FES just is vanilla Persona 3, basically. In a way that Golden and Royal are not to their vanilla versions. Now, I cannot personally imagine going back and playing vanilla Persona 5 again. Now, I, of course, love Persona 5. It's one of my favorite games. There's a reason I have, like, 3 versions of it. I wouldn't have vanilla on PS4 and Royal on PS4 and Royal on PS5 if I didn't like it. Again, it's like Galaxy 1. Like, I wouldn't have the game multiple times if I didn't like it. Like, you know you like a game if you buy it multiple times? It's like Minecraft. Like, I'm one of those people that buy Minecraft on, like, every system it's on. Like, I have it on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, Bedrock, and Java. Like, it's on, like, every device that I have that has Minecraft, I have it on it. It also helps that Minecraft is, like, 20, 30 bucks and not 60, but still. That's still kind of weird to me that I have 3 versions of Galaxy 1 now. Now, again, like Persona 5, Galaxy 1 is one of my favorite games, so it's not a problem or anything, but it is kind of weird that I have the Wii version of Galaxy 1 that I got back in the day, and then I have the 3D All-Stars version, and then I have the new version. That's 3 versions, 2 of which are on the same console. But they're also not the same version. That's still weird to me that, like, the new version of Galaxy 1 is a new version at all. Like, I thought it would just be the 3D All-Stars version, and that would be literally it. But no, it's like, as the Amiibo support, it has the new storybook. It's 4K, which is really the main reason I had to get it. Like, the fact that it's 4K, but the 3D All-Stars version is, quote, only 1080p. That was basically like, well, now I don't have a choice. Now I have to get it. I mean, of course I was going to get Galaxy 2, because I've been wanting to play Galaxy 2 for forever, but, like, I basically was going to get the new version of Galaxy 1 because of that no matter what. But, of course, I wanted to get it physically, so I got the physical version, of course. I showed it earlier. And it's both the games on the same cart, and now I have the definitive version of the games. And that will probably be the end of the road for that. I can't imagine they're going to put it out again. So that'll probably be the last time I ever buy those games. Like, what are they going to do? On the Switch 4, we get the 8K remaster? Like, yeah, I don't know about that. I think that, like, this new release of 1 and 2 will probably be the last major release we have of those games ever. But obviously, that's a strong word to say. That's a strong word to say. Never. Nope, I was inheriting when my brother moved away. Ah. So, wait, the version of Persona, I don't know about FES, or even the original vanilla game, but Persona 4, every copy of vanilla Persona 4 I've ever seen, basically, is the one that has, like, the DVD or the soundtrack or whatever. Is that the one that you had? Did you have the one that has, like, the bonus disc or whatever? Because I feel like most of the ones I've seen online, at least, are the ones that have the included bonus disc or whatever. I don't actually know what it is. I want to say it's like a soundtrack thing, or it's some, like, behind-the-scenes DVD. I don't actually know what it's on it. I just know that it's a thing that was included, at least with the Western releases. The soundtrack, okay. The soundtrack selection. Okay. I wasn't really sure what it was exactly. That's another thing. Well, actually, no, you do still get that stuff sometimes in, like, special editions. Like, there'll be special editions of games that come with, like, soundtrack CDs and stuff. But see that come with like regular versions of games anymore, that's for sure. I don't know if you remember this, but when Skyward Sword first came out, there was a version of it you could get that had like the golden Wii remote, and it came with like the Zelda like Symphony Orchestra soundtrack CD. That's the version I have, and I still have it. I also have like the 3D All-Star, sorry, not 3D All-Stars. I mean, I do have 3D All-Stars, of course, but I mean like the original All-Stars that came out on the Wii. Like obviously it's a Super Nintendo game, but when they put out like in 2010, they put out like the original All-Stars, and they had like a special edition with like a soundtrack CD and like a little booklet or whatever. I still have that. I remember really wanting that back in the day, and I was very happy when I ended up getting it. Even though it's literally just an SNES ROM thrown on a Wii disc, I still had to have it. Especially because it wasn't on the Virtual Console. That was like the only way you could get it on like a modern system, was like through that disc. I believe All Stars is on NSO, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, those are two games I have like soundtrack CDs of some kind for. They're not soundtrack CDs for the game itself, but they are soundtrack CDs in general. Also, I have, strangely enough, the Fire Emblem Warriors, like the original one from 2017. I have the special edition of that because it was on sale for like $45 in early 2018, and I was like, sure, why not? So, and that actually comes with the soundtrack CD for the game, and it has like some other things as well. And I still have that. It's pretty much in mint condition. I didn't even open up the soundtrack CD for a long time. It was sealed for like 4 or 5 years before I finally cracked it open. and ripped it on my computer so I could put it on my hard drive of like 500 something gigs of songs that are mostly not legit, but but there are some legitimate things in there. Oh, but you want to know what soundtrack CD that I have that's from a game that, of course, I treasure the most? Shocker of shocker, it's the Smashing Soundtrack CD from 2015. That was like the last thing Club Nintendo did before it got shut down. Right? Like if you had both Smash 3DS and Wii U and you redeemed them on Club Nintendo, you got Mewtwo early and for free. Something that they repeated later with Piranha Plant on Ultimate. But you also got the Smashing Soundtrack CD. I still have it. I'm still super, super happy I have it. Only problem is, years ago, I dropped it and I kind of cracked the frame a bit. And so I had to tape part of it. The CDs themselves are fine. And in the little guide inside with the message from Sakurai, that's still intact just fine. It's just like a part of the casing broke, and I've been meaning to get a new casing for it. Because I do want to get a new casing for that, because that's a soundtrack CD I'm very, very happy I have. And I really, really wish we had one for Ultimate, because one nitpick of Ultimate that I have is that like the music is like too compressed. You would never notice that when you're playing the game itself, but if you listen to like the rips that people have done, even in FLAC, they have this like compression that like is really kind of like noticeable when you hear it, and it doesn't happen in like any of the other games. Like Smash 4 has the clearest audio because it's uncompressed. But for Ultimate, they used Opus, and Opus is a great codec. The problem is they used some like really old or like botched version of Opus that like has this like really kind of annoying compression that once you hear it, you can't not hear it. And again, during normal gameplay, you would never notice. But if you're listening to it on its own, and you listen to like all the new songs, like all the new remixes and all that stuff, you will hear it. If you listen to it, you will hear it. And there's no higher quality version of those tracks available right now, which is really annoying. So I've been really hoping that we either got a soundtrack CD at some point, or, and I would take this. I would take this. They put it on the NSO app. put like obviously they're not gonna put all like 1,000 songs on the app. That's not gonna happen for so many reasons. But like put in like all of the new music, like put in like the new Battlefield FD, like all of the new like original music, and then put in like all of like the new remixes. And have it be like the full quality versions that don't have that annoying compression. Put those on the app, and I would be happy with that. It wouldn't be uncompressed FLAC, but it would be close enough. It'd be way better than the versions we have right now. It'd be a lot more clear, at least to my ear. Oh, hold on. Well, hold on. Let's go ahead and change the announcer. I said I was gonna do that a long time ago, and I never did it. We're gonna put it on that one. We're gonna put it on Kirby's voice. I mean, it's not literally Kirby's voice, but it may as well be. Elaido. Okay, let's do some online ones, I guess. That might help with unlocking, because again, the online thing is a little different. I wonder what ranked match is. We're not gonna do that right now, but. Oh, that's the thing. Oh, that's the thing with like all the different like there's red and there's orange or whatever, that whole thing. Not that it like really matters too much, but I haven't done the box one. I haven't done this one yet. I think I've seen someone running those Wii ports of the SNES games loaded onto the Wii's RAM. It was really cool. Oh, that's kind of neat. Oh, we haven't played this stage yet. I haven't unlocked this one yet. This is the Sky... Yeah, the Sky Sands one, I think is what it's called. This is one of the retro tracks. I didn't even think about that. Can we play all the stages by just playing online? Well, I guess that we know the answer to that. So even if I haven't unlocked all of them yet, I can still play them on here. How long have we been going for? 3 hours, 50 minutes? We're approaching the 4-hour mark. We're approaching midnight. But I don't really feel like stopping. We're gonna go until at least midnight. We're gonna go until at least midnight. Maybe a little further than that. We'll see. I don't really feel like stopping yet. And you're still here, so... Isn't the same true for Mario Kart Online where you don't even need the DLC? In Mario Kart 8, at least in the I don't think that was the case in Wii U. I believe you needed like back in the day when the Wii U Online still worked. Like a year and a half ago, which I guess wasn't that long ago, but I believe in the original Wii U version, if you didn't have any of the Wii U DLC, you didn't get them online as an option, I think. But when the Booster Course Pass came out for Deluxe, yes, you did not need the Booster Course Pass to play those matches online. Which was kind of interesting. But if you wanted to play them offline on your own, then you had to buy them. That was kind of a weird strategy. Could you imagine if they did that for Smash? Like, oh, you want to play the new character? Yeah, you can play him for free if you play only online. That would be like, they would never do that, right? And yet for some reason, for like Mario Kart, they were like, if you want to play the tracks offline, you have to buy them. But if you want to play them online, in like the regular rotation, I should probably make it clear, in the rotation. If you're playing with friends and you're like picking specific courses, I don't think it works there. It's just for like the random rotation. If like for the generic worldwide online stuff, it's in there, but not anywhere else. Anywhere else you need to buy it, I think. keyword thing. Obviously, I wouldn't know, because obviously I have the Booster Course Pass. Well, I kinda have it. I don't actually own it yet, but I have it through the expansion pack. But I haven't actually bought it yet. I will buy it eventually, just so I like actually own it for when NSO eventually dies and they don't support it anymore. But we're not there yet. I'm certainly not downgrading to the regular tier anytime soon. Oh yeah, this is another one we don't have yet, the Beanstalk one. There's like 3 tracks we don't have yet still. This one, the Sand one, I think there's like one other one we don't have yet. That's from like the original. Okay, that was kind of a... I don't know why that felt weird for some reason. Maybe it's just the path I was on there. Another question, few messages above me? Oh, yeah, I didn't answer that yet. Sorry. I'll get to that in a second. What was that again? Oh yeah, slightly off topic. I'm curious, have you tried motion controls with Wiimote or Pro Controller and Dolphin? Years and years and years ago, when I tried playing, I want to say it was Galaxy 2, actually. I think I did try playing Galaxy 2 in like 2016, 2017 on Dolphin. And I did use a Bluetooth adapter to use the Wii Remote, or I tried to use it. I don't remember how solid of an experience that was. But to be fair, the Bluetooth adapter I've had for so long is not a very good one. Like, if you use the Switch Pro controller on it, it will work, but it will, like, disconnect half the time. It's not a very good adapter. I've been meaning to get, like, a newer one that's better. So whenever I use, like, obviously the Wii Remote you can't wire in, at least not that I know of, without some, like, maybe proprietary adapter. But, like, obviously with the Switch Pro controller, you can just plug it into the computer and it will work like that. So whenever whenever I, like, play, like, Ryujinx or whatever, right, I will just plug in the Pro controller, like, wired. Although that's not the nicest solution ever, it's the solution I have for right now. Okay, I'm not sure why that one was kind of its own thing. Because I tried using the Pro Controller, but it was pretty inaccurate, but I might have had incorrect calibration settings. Now, as for the Pro Controller, I have... The Pro Controller, as far as the motion controls are concerned, I've never had an issue with that. Like, I have messed around in, like, Breath of the Wild in Simu, and I've used the Switch Pro Controller, because, of course, but you have to set it so it emulates the gamepad, right? Because the Wii U Pro Controller didn't have the motion controls, so if you want gyro on the Switch Pro Controller in Breath of the Wild Wii U, you have to, like, in Simu change it so that it's emulating the gamepad, but it doesn't really make any difference. Point is, I've used the gyro on that, and it's worked just fine, in my experience. Like, as long as the controller itself is connected and working fine, the gyro works as you would expect. It works like that just fine in Simu. It worked just fine like that in me the couple of times I fiddled around in, like, Splatoon. Just, like, walking around Splatoon in, like, Ryujinx. Like, the motion controls work pretty much fine. Like, although I don't have as much of an experience in that one. I have much more experience with, like, Breath of the Wild and Simu in that respect. I think it was because I tried it on a Macul and I wasn't pointing it directly at the laptop. Oh yeah, so I actually have... So obviously in the case of like the Wii remote, right? In the case of the Wii remote, if you want to use the Wii remote on a computer, you not only need to have like a Bluetooth adapter or whatever and to get that all set up, but you also have to have a USB sensor bar. And I have a USB sensor bar. Now the USB sensor bar, which I have not used in a very long time, I think I still have it. I remember the range on the USB sensor bar not being as good as like the regular official sensor bars. But obviously that's like a third-party one I probably got off of like eBay for like whatever, you know? So I don't know. There's probably better ones out there. I don't know. Maybe it's just the Bluetooth adapter I had. That could have been a part of it too. But I remember like it was not as nice of an experience as it was, you know, using an official. Now, of course, you can't use the official ones on PC because it's, you know, it's a proprietary connector. But, you know, I do remember that the USB sensor bar I have was not as nice, was not as good range-wise. At least from what I remember. But again, it's been like, you know, 7, 8 years or whatever since I last tried it. Quantum computers and third-party companies can't do a sensor bar. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying the races. The races did not click with me in the demo, but to be fair, again, they were like really kind of restricted in the demo, and I wasn't really good at them. I'm actually liking them a lot more now. And again, it really is a completely different feel than like Mario Kart, which is actually a good thing because it means that like it gives this game more of a purpose, right? Like, because if it was just a Mario Kart clone, there wouldn't be as much of a reason to play that mode. But it's like really not at all. Are you getting Prime 4 on launch day? Also, did you see Arlo's video about the Marvel-type humor they're adding? I have not played the first 3 games, so no, I will not be getting day 1. I'd like to play it at some point, but again, having even played the first 3, probably not the most important thing in the world. I'd be playing it for the gameplay, not any kind of story or lore or anything, but I don't know. I haven't even played the first 3, so I'm not going to play 4 until I play those ones. Now, I know that there was a new trailer that came out for Prime 4 not too long ago, and I know that, like, there's some new character that's kind of controversial. I assume that's what you're talking about. Or at least that's one. I know that's at least one. I haven't heard about any kind of, quote, Marvel-type humor, but I know I've heard people talk about, like, that new character that, like, just controversial. People don't really like. I haven't heard anything about, quote, Marvel humor, though. And I have not seen that video. I mean, I mentioned this earlier, how Metroid Prime Remastered, like, even the physical version is like $40. I mean, I don't know if they still make it. I mean, you know, let me just see. What's it worth on eBay? Just out of curiosity. Oh, I see there's a listing for 41, 44, 32. 32? And it's a buy it now, free shipping. Okay, with a price that low, that's, That's definitely a game I'm gonna get at some point. Obviously, 2 and 3 have not gotten any kind of new version or anything whatsoever. Which a lot of people thought was gonna happen, right? After we got Prime 1, we just assumed that Prime 2 and 3 were gonna come later. Even if it was just 1080p upscales of the original without, like, the fancy graphics of the first game. Like, we just assumed that would happen. And it, like, hasn't. They're not even on NSO. They're not even on the GameCube NSO. And then maybe they'll come to it eventually. But as of right now, there is no modern release of 2 and 3. It's just 1 remastered and then 4. Which feels really strange to me, but again, remastered was $40, which again, for Nintendo, that's like it may as well have been $20. Like that was like real, and not just for, you know, the GameCube version at 1080p or the Wii version at 1080p. It was like, again, it was basically a remake in all but name for $40. And you can get it right now for $32 on eBay. So, like, I mean, that's obviously going to happen at some point. But again, if I were to get that right now, want to know what would happen? It would just be added to the list of games I haven't gotten around to playing. I would get the game just because it's cheap, and then it would go on the shelf, and then I wouldn't play it for like 6 months. That's probably what would actually happen. Because again, I have a bunch of other games I need to play first. I don't need to add another one to the pile. But I definitely want to play, at the bare minimum, Prime 1 before I play Prime 4. Maybe I could skip 2 and 3. I mean, I'm sure I would come back to 2 and 3 at some point, but like, I definitely want to play at least the first one when there's basically a remake on the Switch for cheap. That's just basically the personality. It just removes any tension from the atmosphere with jokes. Well, I haven't really heard about that particular aspect of him, but okay then. Obviously, we'll see how that all goes down. I mean, Prime 4 is going to be a good game, right? Like, I think that's pretty obvious. But aspects of the game, like that character, I wonder how much that's going to weigh down the game for people. I think it's going to be one of those things where for some people it, like, doesn't really matter, and then for other people it's going to be like, I like, can't play this game with this character, you know? But again, we'll see. I think it's coming out December 4th, I want to say. It's early December. I don't know. I'm sure it's going to review well, for the most part. Again, maybe like that character withstanding. Because, I mean, the rest of the game looks pretty good. It's pretty much what you would expect from a Prime 4, you know? I think it'd be a Spider-Verse donut situation when he becomes the main villain of the next 2 games. I forgot about that donut reference. But yeah, I do remember that now, actually. Because, like, whenever people talk about, like across the Spider-Verse, like, the thing that people talk about from that one is, it's like the Prowler, right? Like, the theme, the theme or whatever. Which, by the way, everyone and their mother has made this comment, and I didn't even realize it at first until I went back and listened to it again. But everyone has mentioned how, like, Bowser Jr. in, like, the Galaxy trailer is basically, like, 25, like, it's like the Star Trek, like, 25% legally different when it comes to, like, the theme or whatever. Because I didn't even remember the theme until I, like, saw a video that, like, played it side by side. I was like, oh yeah, I can see why people say, hey, why does he have the Prowler theme? I am Bowser Jr., and I'm gonna take back my father now. I'm not sure if I'm all down with the voice or not, but... wait, we haven't even talked about the trailer. Right? That was on the... Wait. Yeah, we haven't even talked about that yet. We haven't even, because the trailer happened, right? That was the last actual stream I did, which you weren't there for, but at least I don't think you were there for it. But yeah, the trailer. I guess I can talk about it a little bit. May as well. It's not my ideal first trailer for a Galaxy movie. My biggest complaint with it is there's not enough Galaxy in it. There's like 10 seconds of actual Galaxy in the entire trailer. There's that one scene with Peach and Toad flying to like the water planet. And then there's the scene at the end with Rosalina and Megaleg. And those individual scenes are like 5 to 10 seconds. Like the Peach scene is like 5 seconds, maybe even 3 seconds. It's that short. And then the Rosalina scene is like 10 seconds, and that one's obviously more substantial. And that was a cool scene, but like for the Galaxy movie, I would have hoped to see more of Galaxy. Now, I like all the stuff we saw. I like we have Toasterina from Odyssey. That's cool. They even put out a poster that has all the little, you know, NPC guys and everything. So that's definitely what it is. And then there's like the casino, which is probably not literally the casino from Sunshine, but that's clearly what it's based on. And there's obviously, I like most of the stuff we saw in the trailer. Well, okay, I didn't care for that whole scene at the beginning with Bowser and the painting. I think we could have skipped over that. Like, the trailer does not really start until after that scene anyway, and that's like the first half of the trailer. So I guess if I were to say anything, my biggest complaint with the trailer is that entire Bowser, like, sequence at the beginning. I did not care for that sequence, and it takes up like half the trailer. So I'd say cut down that initial sequence with Bowser and then add, like, more Galaxy, and I would have been probably fine with it. I mean, again, I like all the individual things that are in the trailer. I just feel like we could have seen more of, like, again, especially the Galaxy stuff. If it wasn't called the Galaxy movie, I wouldn't care about that as much, but it's called the Galaxy movie, so I want to see more Galaxy. Like, obviously, we're going to get that eventually. There's going to be, like, probably a couple more trailers after the fact. Like the first movie had, like, 3 trailers, and they all got, like, Nintendo Direct premieres. So I'm sure the same thing will happen this time around, but I wish we had seen more Galaxy, but yeah, that fight with Rosalina and Megaleg, I did not expect Megaleg to be in the movie. To be honest, I hadn't really thought about Galaxy bosses at all. I kind of just thought it would be Bowser. I thought that would be... I didn't think they were going to have Galaxy bosses in the movie, but I'm very glad that they are. I'm hoping it's more than just him. I hope they add, like, the Boltergeist from, like, that one, or maybe even, like, Gobblegut from Galaxy 2 or something. I don't know. I just hope there's more of, like, those bosses in there. It's not just Megaleg for that one scene. But we'll see. But I think it's cool that he's in there, though. So, let's, I guess, address the elephant in the room, or at least what I assume the elephant in the room is for some people. Even though I don't think it really matters in the case of this movie in particular, but, of course, one of the big speculations is, of course, all the previous voice cast is coming back for this one. Chris Pratt, well, not Seth Rogen, because he was DK, and DK's not in this movie, but, you know, all the other guys are coming back, right? That's obvious. So, of course, the question is, who the heck is going to play Rosalina? Now, I had no personal pick or idea, because that's kind of outside of my worldview. Like, the kind of people that are, like, speculating on actors and stuff. That's kind of outside of my view. But I was kind of like, I'm sure whoever they get will be fine. What I did not expect is who they chose. Now, once we found out who it was, at first I was kind of like, okay. I didn't think of that. But then the more I thought about it, that's not the craziest thing ever. And there is some history with it. And for what it's worth, when there's that scene they show in the library, she sounds fine. I don't think it's a big deal. I think she's fine. I don't think it's a big deal. But if they had done that like 4 or 5 years ago, heck, if they had done that like 3 years ago, or even 2 years ago, that probably would have been a way bigger deal than it is. Now, I don't know what the fan reaction is to her being Rosalina. I don't know what it is. I think she's fine. I don't think it's a problem. She sounded fine in that one cutscene that we got to hear her voice in. I'm sure, like, if you didn't know it was her, you wouldn't care, is how I look at it. If they didn't tell you it was her, you would never notice or care, so it doesn't matter, is how I look at it. Like, she doesn't sound like she's Captain Marvel, right? It's not the same voice. If it sounded like Captain Marvel, I would get that. But it doesn't. You would never know if they didn't tell you who it was. So to me, it's a nothing burger. It doesn't really matter. She'll probably be just as fine as everyone else. But they did pick her. So there's probably at least some controversy about picking her, even though, again, I don't think it really matters, at least for this movie. To be fair, I have not seen her in anything else. I've heard she's better in other things. It's just that people know her from Captain Marvel. And Captain Marvel does not have a good reputation, right? She is like no one's favorite MCU character and no one's favorite MCU portrayal, even, right? So that's what people know her from. But for this movie, I don't think it's a problem personally. But again, I don't know what the opinion is. And for what it's worth, the reason why I say it's actually not that weird, now, obviously people know who she is, even if it's not for the best reasons, but and because now there is that part in the direct where they're like Nintendo super fan, and it's like yeah, you're just saying that because that's what you expect them to say. Like back in the day when like Chris Pratt had that clip of like, oh yeah, I've played Mario, stomping the Koopas or whatever, and people made fun of him for that. I mean, I'm sure he's actually played a Mario game before, because who hasn't? But, like, people, like, memed on Chris Pratt for, like, quote, not really being a Mario fan. But to be completely fair, I totally believe that Brie Larson is a Nintendo fan. Because she has talked about Nintendo in the past. She has talked about being Samus in a live-action movie. That would obviously be controversial, but she has talked about it before. I know she was in a Switch commercial at one point in, like, 2021. So I actually believe her when she, or like, I at least believe that she likes Nintendo. I believe her when they say that to an extent. And I mean, that's what you want, right? Isn't that what people want? They want people that are playing these iconic roles to care and not just be doing it for the paycheck. And I don't think she's doing it for the paycheck. I think she's doing it because she actually likes Mario and she likes these characters. I actually believe that. But, I don't know, I'm just saying. Point is, I think she's fine, is my main point. Is that, like, I think that her voice sounded fine. I don't think it's a problem. If they didn't tell you who it was, you wouldn't care. It's a nothing burger. That's how I look at it. I'm just curious how they're going to do the scene where everyone in the universe is killed and she resets the universe. Oh, yeah, I don't... Would they do that? I always forget that that's in the first game, but that's a very iconic scene at like the very end when the universe gets destroyed and it gets reborn with that like really iconic music track. It really sells the moment. Like, man, I know it's like a broken record, but the Galaxy soundtrack is like so good. And not just like the big bombastic tracks, but like the smaller, like more ambient tracks. And the tracks like the ones that play in scenes like that, they work so well. Which is why, man, okay, if I can make one prediction about this movie, they are not going to play enough of the Galaxy music that I want them to play. Why do I say that? Because the first movie didn't play enough Mario music for my liking. Like, this is Mario. Mario, some of the most iconic music in gaming. And I felt like they only used it, like, 25% of the time. It's probably higher than that, but it felt like there was not enough classic Mario motifs in the music for my liking. Now, when they have it, it's cool. Like, I remember the moment in the theater when I heard the Mario Kart 8 menu music for the first time. That was pretty cool. The entire credits music is really cool, you know? But there's not enough, like, Mario music in the Mario movie. And Galaxy has such a legendary soundtrack that it would be suicide to not have like at least 50% of the movie be Galaxy music. But I'm worried they're not going to do that. I'm worried that they're not going to use it enough. That's what I'm... Now I think there are certain tracks we're going to get. Like, we're going to get Gusty Garden, right? Like, that's a guarantee, because it's Gusty Garden. We're going to get at least, bare minimum, that one section. You know, the one, the do, 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 do. You know, we're going to get bare minimum that one section of Gusty Garden. We'll probably get something that's closer to the full thing, but bare minimum, we'll get that one section. You know, the section that they had in the credits of the last movie. But, like, that and maybe, like, Good Egg. I'm not sure about anything else. But there are some ones I really want to hear. And again, not just, like, the main Galaxy ones. Like, I believe it's called on the soundtrack Catastrophe. That one's, like, one of my favorites on the whole soundtrack. I would love to hear that. I don't think they're going to use it, though. It would also be cool to hear, like, the Star Festival music. That would be cool, but I don't know. I don't. My point is, they're not going to use enough of the soundtrack for my liking. I can predict that almost immediately. We're going to get, like, that one section of Gusty Garden guaranteed. Maybe Good Egg. Maybe small bits and pieces of other tracks, but they're not going to play enough of it in, like, a very obvious way for my liking. I can predict that at the very least. I'm sure anytime they use it, I'm going to like it. I'm going to be like, hey, look, there's the track. There's the track. There's Battle Rock. There's Space Junk. There's whatever. But they're not going to use enough of it, is my problem. That's the thing I am concerned about, is that they're not going to fully utilize the legendary soundtrack they have in front of them. From not one, but two games. Now, the more so the first game, but the second game has some really good tracks, too. Sky Garden, Cloudy Court, the main theme, which is basically just Sky Garden, or Sky Station. Space, what's it called? Space, Sky Storm, whatever that one is, the one that's in World 5. Like, there's, there's so much music they can work with. From the big themes to the small themes, and they're not going to use enough of it. They're just not. I know they're not going to, and that's going to drive me crazy. Again, I'm sure whenever they use it, it's going to be nice, but they're not going to use it enough. So, that is the one thing I can say right now that I'm probably going to come out of the movie being disappointed in. Is they're not going to use enough of the soundtrack. And if they do use enough of the soundtrack, they're not going to use it in the way that I want them to. By the way, just noticing this, the back of the Air Rider's case does have the Sora logo on it. That should be obvious. All of the games he's made ever since he left HAL have it on it, but I'm just saying. Yeah, I really like this case though. Like, I really like the red. I like the big ball. I know that there was like, I remember when like the Switch 2 cases first got revealed, there was some controversy about like the fact that there's a big red bar at the top. I think it works personally, but I get why people would want the old style where it's just a thing in the corner. Oh yeah, we haven't unlocked this one yet. You wanna know what this stage basically is? This is basically like the Melee stage. I mean, look at it. It's basically like Melee FD, the stage. That's basically what it looks like. So yeah, this is another one that's from the original game. Actually, now I think about it, Melee Battlefield is probably a more apt accurate description. But either way, this is like the Melee aesthetic, basically, as like a racetrack. Oh, this one only has 2 laps turned on right now. Oh god, we're all just blasting the mics at the same time. That Galaxy 1 endings retrospective is meaningful too, since it's basically Rosalina telling Mario, things aren't perfect, but that's okay. It just works too well in movie form. He operated that Sora YouTube channel a lot longer than I expected him to. Well, what's funny though is if you remember when he put out that final episode like last year, he revealed the hidden secret that he made all the videos in advance. Like those like 2 years worth of videos he made in advance, or at least he recorded, like, you know, him sitting in front of the camera on his couch or whatever. Like he recorded all of that stuff in 2022. And it's just been slowly edited and released over the last, like, 2.5 years that he did the channel. And that was very interesting when we found that out, because I would not have expected that. I would have expected it just to be, like, you know, normal video releases. But no, he recorded, like, all the video footage before he even launched the channel. With the exception of course, the last video, which obviously he recorded when he put it out. But, like, all the videos up until that point, he recorded, like, 2 years in advance. Now, I'm sure the reason he did that was because he didn't want to work on the channel and work on this at the same time, obviously, which I'm sure he said. I mean, obviously, he didn't say Air Riders at the time because Air Riders wasn't revealed yet, but he had already told us that was that the presentation where he told us? I think that's the presentation where he told us, oh yeah, I've been working on a game since like October 20, no, sorry, I've been working on a game since April of 2022. Which, by the way, that guy earlier that was here, that was kind of like ragging on Kirby, he said, oh, like 2021? No, it's 2022. Development did not actually start until like April of 2022, I believe, if I remember from that presentation. But preliminary steps were done like near the end of Ultimate's run. Or at least that's when the proposal was made, was like near the end of Ultimate. Around like Kazuya to like Sora time, I think. If I remember correctly. But yeah. I wonder if he's gonna put out a video for this game, right? Because you know how I mentioned this earlier, how like he put out like a game, he put out like a little retrospective for like every game he made. I wonder if he's gonna like resurrect the channel to put out a video for this game, even though he really doesn't have to. I mean, we already got 2 directs. That's probably enough of him talking about the game as is, but it would be kind of neat if he like came back to like, and like every time he put out a game, he put out one of those videos. Yeah, he was not a fan of Kirby. That was made very, very clear. Although it did kind of feel like he was really ragging on it. Like, it's one thing if you don't really care about it. Like, I get not really caring about Kirby, but he was just like really going after Kirby. And I mean, he can do that, but can't say I really agree. Not that I'm a big Kirby guy myself, but like, I don't know. It was a bit much for my taste, but hey, what are you gonna do? It's the internet. So you see how that guy right next to me has like a cyan like Waddle Dee like keychain on his thing? Yeah, again, I've not messed with any of the like My Machine stuff at all yet. We could probably buy some stuff at this point though. We'd probably build up enough coins that I could do it. I like this this like purple version of Kirby. Well, purple's probably not the right word, but you know, I like this version because it's a version I've never seen before. Again, this version of Kirby is not in Smash, so it's nice to have a new color for Kirby, or at least new to me. Again, apparently it's in like one of the old games. I low-key thought he was rage baiting sometimes, but I wanted to be respectful. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna escalate that really too much. I didn't really think it was worth it. I mean, obviously, I was like, you know, I don't know if I agree on that. I don't know about that. But, like, I didn't, like, really, like, go at him or anything, obviously. Because that's not really my thing. I wouldn't want someone to do that to me. I'm not going to do it to someone else, you know? Because I know what it's like when, like, people rag on the things you like. And newsflash, it's not fun. So I'm also, so I'm not going to, like, shoot back at someone like that. Like, I'm not going to do that. So yeah, we kept it civil. I think we kept that whole conversation pretty civil. You know, that's what I like to do. And for what it's worth, I think he kept it relatively civil. About as civil as you can be for someone who very clearly is not a fan and is not making any two bones about it. But, you know, he probably went a bit further than I would have liked. Let's go check out the shop. Let's check out the shop. I could probably, like, I don't know how many coins I have. I probably have enough coins that I can buy something at this point. Oh yeah, we got, so we can buy, so all of these, well, obviously the ones that have the 1 next to it are ones we already have. What about music? Is there any more music? Oh, there's the air ride, not the air ride music. There's the, that's the Dragoon theme, you know, do 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 do. Yeah, that's that one's in there. Can you go check out the online shop? Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna buy anything right now because obviously I want to buy like actual stuff that's important, but sure. Where is it? Wait, I just realized something. This game does not have an online menu. Well, okay, I guess this is kind of the online menu, but you know how in Smash there's an online option, right? There's Smash, Games and More, you know, whatever, and then there's online, and that's its own sectioned off thing. But in this game, online is just a part of the regular modes, right? Like in Air Ride, we have race, time attack, free run, and then online match. Same with City Trial. It's just in here. It's not its own sectioned off thing. I just kind of realized that online is now fully integrated into the menu of just the mode itself. It's not its own sectioned off thing. Another thing that I kind of forgot, I did notice, is when you go to this, you can go between all the different options, no matter which one you go to. So whether I'm in Air Ride or Top Ride or City Trial, I can immediately switch to any of the other modes, including the padlock. So that's kind of neat. Again, I assume that's going to carry over to Smash 6. We're not going to have, like, an online, like, you know, an orange online section. It's just going to be, you know, Smash, Special Smash, you know, whatever the special, regular Smash up to 8 players. And then we'll have, you know, the Special Smash. And then we'll have, like, you know, Squad Strike or whatever the heck the new modes are. And then we'll have the online thing. I'm guessing that's going to carry over. I don't see why it wouldn't. You can also toggle between... Oh, so there is a LAN mode. Okay, I was very curious if this game had a LAN mode or not. I was really hoping it would. I'm never going to make use of this feature, but I'm very, very glad it's in the game. This is a feature that, under the right scenario, is a very nice feature to have, and the Mario Karts have it. Both 8 Deluxe and World have this feature, so I'm very glad that it's in there. I didn't know. I don't think that was confirmed beforehand. I don't know if the original Air Ride had it, although to be fair, that was on the GameCube. But either way, so anyways, okay, yeah, let's go to the online store. Machine Market. I'm guessing that's where that would be. Customized machines, including your own usernames, customized things may be deleted at Nintendo's discretion. Prohibition of inappropriate uploads. Yeah. Don't be inappropriate, even though that's what people are gonna do, because this is the internet and you can't stop it. Have you seen the Smash Ultimate, like, custom stages or, like, replays? For, like, the last 6 years, it's just been, like, people skirting the lines. like it's been that for like the entire time. It wasn't like that at first. Like I think like the first few months it was relatively normal, and then like once you got to like Hero Banjo time, like from that moment onward it just became, I mean, not that there aren't serious stages on there, but like a lot of it is like, especially the replays, is all like just people trying to like basically begging for the videos to be removed. They're all the most popular videos, like Pyra or Violet or just any of like the big female characters. Like it's like that is or like a stage where they have like a split or something, like you know the stuff I'm talking about. But anyways, I'm sure that most of the stuff is going to be relatively normal. I can't imagine there's going to be too much crazy stuff in here already, you know? But we'll probably have to wait a little bit for some of that to, like, really get going. Again, if, oh, that's neat. There's a Gengar one. It's Gengar. Oh, the GameCube. Someone made a GameCube. That's the guy from Gravity Falls. I don't know his name, but I know he's from Gravity Falls. Most of these are pretty reasonable. Most of these are pretty reasonable. They're nothing crazy. I would say. Oh, we got not Togepi, Togechick, the Evolution. That's what that one is. That's not Togepi. At least I don't think it's Togepi. That looks like Togechick, I think is what the name of that one is. Got Mario. Oh, Patrick. That's Patrick. That's Bulbasaur. That is, oh my god, I'm not gonna remember her name in a million years. She's the Boo character from the first Paper Mario. That's what that is. 7-Eleven, which of course is very big in Japan. Not that it isn't a thing here, but that might be why that's in there. I'm not sure what this one is. So, I don't know. Those are the ones that at least show up right now. Popular, price, friends only. Popular. Okay, so we got that's a Pokemon. That's obviously an ink. That's an ink. That's a squid, obviously. Pikachu. Which one is it? You know what Pokemon that is. I'm not sure which one of the two it is, though. That's a Pokemon. Pokemon, GameCube. Anime faces. Cat. Faces. Pokemon. I think that's a Pokemon. We got a Game Boy Kirby. We got Bepsy. Beppis. We got Beppis. With like a perfect recreation of the logo, basically, as far as I can tell. Oh, this is a cool. I like this. This is if you've seen that one episode of the anime where all the characters like have to make a cartoon and they like do the whole thing, the whole animation process. This is from that's a reference to that episode. Another GameCube, more Pokemon. That's a what the. That's probably a meme of some kind that I don't recognize. Oh, look, Jack Frost. We got Jack Frost in this sucker. We got another squid type thing. Pokemon. We got the Sakurai's me. We got the Amazon box. That's kind of cool, actually. They got the Amazon box with the little attempt at the logo. The arrow doesn't look quite right, but you know what? You tried. This is a Pokemon, I think. Is it a Pokemon? No, that color scheme looks familiar. Obviously, that's a Pokemon. That's probably a Pokemon. I'm guessing that's Miku. Pokemon. We have the Earthbound guy. The Earthbound guy. I don't know what the name of the what's the name of this? He's an assist trophy in Ultimate. I forgot what his name is. We got it. Yeah, Clefairy. This one's actually really solid. This one looks pretty much perfect. There's a lot of Starfy. I'm noticing Starfy is a popular one. We got a Creeper. Oh yeah. Again, our GameCube one. I know Game Explain, I think, did a video on like how to make like the GameCube or whatever. Ditto. That's another one that's pretty simple. We got Demon Slayer with the little Japanese lantern thing on there. That's pretty solid looking. Got Paper Mario on the one that is on the paper star. We got Meat Boy. Yeah, Direct. Got the Direct. Got this hacky Apple logo. Doesn't look quite right. Mickey. I'm noticing Kyogre is another one that people like doing. Kyogre. There's Pikachu. Again, more Pokemon is like half of these. Half of these are like Pokemon, and half of them are just like Japanese things. Again, there's another one of those. I have no idea what this is. I'm not sure what that's from. So no, those are the ones that are on there right now. There's definitely a pattern with some of them, but there's some really neat ones in there as well. What about price? Sort by price. So the one that's going for the highest price right now is this one, the Gengar one. So is this all the same ones we just looked at, just in a different order? We got this one's pretty good. This Miku one. These are probably like all the same ones we just looked at, just like ordered by price. And then new. Okay, actually, no, this one might be different. The sorting by new. Oh, have you? I haven't seen anyone do this one yet. That cart. More GameCubes. Among Us. Remember when that game was like the biggest thing ever? We got Corn on the Cob. And that's as far down as that one goes. Then there's just... Oh, yes, for all the vehicles that I have, at least. I think it's showing just all the vehicles that are in the game now. I don't think that that's, list. Oh, that's if I want to put one up. Let me just see if it refreshes. Okay. We have Meta Knight. There's a different Amazon box one that, in my opinion, doesn't look as good as the other one, but... got that. Is that what I think it is? Is that the fire... Is that, you know, the fire in Malaysia? Is that what that is? Which I think is actually Cell, originally, but I didn't know that for the longest time, because I only knew that from the Laser Collection. That's a throwback right there, the Laser Collection. Remember the Laser Collection? 2000s, maybe. Oh, we got a big man with little sticks for, like, the little wand things they have at concerts. That's neat. And, like, the colors, of course. The Splatoon 3 colors. Yeah, there's that one guy from Gravity Falls. Oh, we have Mithra. We have Mithra. At least I'm pretty sure that's Mithra. And there's the Among Us one again. So, I don't know. That's what it's giving me right now. That's what's giving me right now. So that's what you have at launch. Those are what people have on the market right now. Let's say this retro one's kind of neat. Oh yeah, I have more names now. I'll leave that be for now. Okay, so here's I think what we're gonna do. I think here's what we're gonna do. It's 12:26. We've been going now for. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking we're gonna do. We're about 15 minutes away from hitting the 5-hour mark. Should I go for it? I mean, we've gone long enough. We could stop right now. But... We have a decent amount of the online one cleared up. And then, of course, we have one over here. We haven't obviously done the story mode yet, so we don't have anything for that. Then we have some stuff for Top Ride. Then we only have a couple for City Trial, because we really only did like 2 matches, because we already played a good amount of City Trial. I don't need to go barreling into that again. Obviously, I'm going to play more of it eventually, but... probably going to give City Trial a bit of a break for a little bit before I actually get back into that. I think I'm going to go to bed. It's really late over here. It's been funny watching the stream, though. Yeah, definitely. I'm very, very glad you're here. Had a really good time. So, I mean, if you're going to leave... I mean, I guess I could just end it there. Again, it's like 12:27. I don't know. It's like I kind of want to keep going, but at the same time... Wait a second. Oh, we have to do all of these again? We have to do all of these again. I'm guessing there's like, we're not going to do them right now, but like, I'll probably do these, like, I'll probably just do these offline. But, right. Now, my guess is you unlock something once you do all of these. I'm sure you unlock something if you do all of those. Maybe it's a cart, maybe it's a sticker, I don't know, but I'm sure you get something for doing that. But yeah, I mean... You know what? Sometimes you gotta know when to end things. I'll probably keep on playing for a little bit before I go to bed, but I think it's probably about a good time we end the stream here, if I'm being honest. If you're gonna leave, then we may as well just end it. Besides, we went on for a pretty good time. 4 hours, 46 minutes. That's actually a little longer than I thought it would be, to be honest. I thought it would be a little shorter. I thought it would be more like 3 to 4 hours, but... Hey. We're having a good time. And we never ran out of things to talk about. That's important for these streams. We never ran out of things to talk about. We kept the conversation moving the entire time, and we never had dead zones. Now, of course, when we do Galaxy 2, and we have, like, a stream every, like, week or something, or however... I don't know what the cadence for that is going to be yet, to be clear. I want to have it somewhat spread out. Like, I don't want to do it every other day. Because then I'm going to actually run out of things to talk about very, very quickly. I'm thinking maybe, like, once every week. But then the game will take, like, a month to finish. So, I don't know. Well, we'll decide. We'll decide what I'm going to do for that eventually. But, yeah. So, I guess that's going to be it for right now. So, again, thank you, Valentine, for being here. And you know what? We had our disagreements. But, even thanks to the other guy that showed up. He was very opinionated, obviously. I don't necessarily agree with all the stuff he said. But, hey, it's still nice to have another person here and talk in the chat, and that's always neat to have, even if we don't always agree on everything. So, yeah. So, again, what's going to be next? Well, I mean, I kind of already made it clear, but obviously we're going to be doing Galaxy 2 eventually. The next actual thing that will happen, though, is probably going to be the Game Award. We didn't talk about the Game Awards at all, by the way. They put out the nominees. We didn't talk about that. We didn't talk about that at all. We can talk about that next time. That's not a big deal. Yeah, the next thing I do is probably going to be the Galaxy. It's probably going to be the Game Awards, like, predictions video. Will probably be the next thing I do. We'll see. It's either going to be that or us starting Galaxy. But I'm not going to start Galaxy 2 until my brother is done playing it, so I don't have to worry about that whole thing. Once he's done playing it, then I'll start my playthrough, and we're going to stream all of that. We're going to, at the bare minimum, we're going to stream everything up until, like, the 120 stars. The green stars, I'd like to do the green stars, but that's also going to add, like, double the time to the streams, so I don't know. We'll see. Again, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But again, thank you all for watching. And with that being said, this is Logan59XP. I'll see you guys next time.